Hello and welcome to the Grief Summit. I'm Sierra Campbell and I'm standing on the land of the Mohican in New York. Please drop in the chat the name of the indigenous belonging to the land that you stand upon today. Today, we address grief. Personally, I've worked in elder and hospice care for more than 20 years. This year of global grief has shown me the immense importance to listen, protect, and show up for our frontline providers. Over 2.5 million people worldwide have lost their lives to COVID-19. More have lost their jobs and homes. There are 65 plus million refugees in the world today. We're in a climate crisis, and economic injustice is driving people into greater poverty, racism, and so many other isms. 1 year ago, members of the Resilience Collective gathered and collaborated on creating resources for two crises facing our communities at this time: COVID-19 and racism. You can find our team link in the chat so you can see all of the current collective members. As a collective, our primary areas of focus are creating resources for resilience. We co-develop projects to promote collective resilience in scalable, meaningful ways. We work to advance equity and inclusion. We openly discuss power differentials and marginalization. Through these dialogues, we model transparency and accountability. We provide strategic consultation for select external projects. We support one another in developing initiatives that promote collective resilience, much like this Grief Summit. We hold space for ongoing reflection and evolution and actively engage in co-creation. We seek to advance social, economic, and racial justice. We include a multiplicity of voices and imaginations and believe in intersectional and participatory processes. Our work is relational, grounded in kinships, communities, and organizations. It centers around the collective, we. We build on existing strengths, values, resources, and connections, and we seek to be generative and adaptive. And ultimately, we understand problems and possibilities that arise from dynamic, interconnected systems. The Resilience Collective is a collaborative, a multidisciplinary network that we invite you into and want to thank you for showing up today. As we address grief, it is my hope for you in listening in and playing a part in this Grief Summit that in the midst of all the uncertainty in your life right now and your family, that you find space in which to act and to show up together. Our first speaker, Roshi Joan Halifax, an activist, a pioneer in the field of end-of-life care, understands grief. Roshi Joan is a medical anthropologist, a Buddhist teacher, founder and head teacher of Upaya Institute and Zen Center in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Upaya's mission is to provide a context for community practice, education in Buddhism, and social service in the areas of death and dying, prison work, the environment, women's rights, and peace work. Offerings at Upaya are primarily by donation and ideal for our time. Roshi Joan has written many books, including Being with Dying, Cultivating Compassion and Wisdom in the Presence of Death, Standing at the Edge, Finding Freedom, Where Fear and Courage Meet, Simplicity in the Complex, A Buddhist Life in America, The Human Encounter with Death, and The Fruitful Darkness. I have thought of this book often as we go through such intense times. In this book, Roshi Joan takes us on a wild journey of deep ecology where she meets Tibetan Buddhist meditators, elders of many tribes, and she finds herself in the Mayan rainforest and meeting Mexican shamans, and she's exploring wisdom from communities found in ritual, found together to build resilience. And we are at a time when we're forced to meet and mourn our immense losses in new ways. And here to talk with us on grief, thank you so much for being with us, Roshi Joan Halifax.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm very, very grateful to be here. You know, in these past days, there have been many articles about the experience that we're addressing today, and that is of grief and of loss. And I think that it is a time for us to work that edge, because I know from being in the end-of-life care field for many decades that grief is truly one of the most humanizing experiences that we can have. And yet, many of us don't allow ourselves to be enfolded by grief, to work grief, to learn from grief. I often recall the words of Terry Tempest Williams. She wrote, a good friend of mine said, "You are married to sorrow." And I looked at him and said, I am not married to sorrow. I just choose not to look away. So as Sierra was reminding us, we are in the middle of a really extraordinary and historic catastrophe. 500,000 or more have died of the coronavirus in our country alone. And, you know, the number is so huge, but each part of that number represents a loss, represents a field of grief, and represents a particular kind of suffering, not only for the dying individual and also not only for family members, but also for the clinicians, the nurses and doctors who have served those who have been afflicted with this virus. You know, we're in a time not only of the pandemic with this enormous global death toll, but also in the grip of an economic catastrophe with lockdowns and job losses and extraordinary pressure, particularly on people who are not affluent. And I think we have to consider those losses that have to do with our economy as also something that's priming grief. And then we're in a kind of big shift socially and culturally. For example, the pandemic has made clear the deep rifts related to the inequality related to race and poverty that exist in our culture here in the United States. But I say that this time is a crisis of heart and mind that goes right to the core of how we live as social beings, how we deal with failure, how we address moral suffering. And there has been great moral suffering in the years since this pandemic has struck our country, particularly the moral suffering experienced by clinicians in having to allocate limited resources or not allowing family members to attend the dying. Deep moral suffering. How we also address fear and how we address loss. And I believe that this pandemic also has a potential for profoundly influencing, for worse or better, how we die. Yet the losses and the sense of grief permeate in other ways through our culture. For example, our daily structure has been deeply disrupted. Our normal social contacts, the sense of connection, communication, being able to go out to dinner with friends, being in our job context where we can enjoy connection and relationship. Also, the sense of social safety is gone, another loss that we're experiencing. And then in addition, our inability to attend funerals, for example, or weddings or graduations, even returning to school, what kids have been through this year could have profound positive or not so positive effects on the experience of young people and their future. But there's also losses related to our sense of autonomy and predictability and normalcy. And as I said to one palliative care physician in Texas who was seeking normal, and I said, I don't know what normal will look like, but I just hope that it's a better normal. Still in the midst of this time of loss and grief. I believe also that we are grieving the passing of a way of life. As I said, the old normal is not something I think that we will be able to return to in a way that many of us wish we could. So we are in a very interesting situation. And Terry Tempest Williams addresses it, about bearing witness. We're really facing the truth of loss and the truth of grief and the truth of fear at scale. And this has been compounded by physical distancing and isolation. And perhaps many of you are not at the effect of this. I am not, because I live in a practice community. So I've had the benefit of this past year being in relationship with a pod of others who share practice together. But this situation that so many are in, and I hear this in my interviews with people all over the world, the sense of the loss of social connection has stirred up the deep knot of grief that had not been visible for to these individuals. And what is really astonishing to consider that at this time, around 2.6 billion people around the world are in lockdown. That's more people than were alive during World War II. And our governments, whether they're state or national governments, have basically told us to reduce our lives to the smallest element. And for many, that is just the household. So all I can say is that we as social animals are really deeply challenged, because our capacity to grieve deeply is often based on relationship, being held by others, being supported by others as we meet grief, and as grief fills our life and our consciousness. So what about grief? First, I want to say how important it is that we create the contexts where we allow ourselves to grieve, and that we work with grief in a wise and brave way, both individually and also collectively, also in relationship. I remember a quote says, "The fears we don't face become our limits." And this is about, of course, the griefs that we don't grieve become our limits as well. And many of the myths and stories and rituals that have given meaning to grief, that have provided the context for metabolizing grief, are no longer present in our culture. So it is a time for us to look at what kind of strategies are available to us to actually turn toward grief, and to work it in a way that enhances resilience. and to understand that grief has many gifts to offer us, as hard as that may seem to many of us. First, as I mentioned before, grief is deeply humanizing. It has the potential to actually deepen our empathy and to increase our capacity for compassion and insight if we allow ourselves to work it. Also, our ability to face our fears, our ability to grieve deeply can be supported when we draw upon and when we share the myths, the stories, the rituals and practices that are part of our community. Yes, we grieve what we care about. I heard a line from a song, I think, or one of my students shared this with me. Grief is love that has nowhere to go. So I want to go back to these words of Terry Tempest Williams. She writes, "There is deep beauty in not averting our gaze. No matter how hard it is, no matter how heartbreaking it can be, it is about presence. It is about bearing witness." And then she writes, "I used to think that bearing witness was a passive act, but I don't believe that anymore. I think that when we are present, when we bear witness, when we do not divert our gaze, something is revealed, the very marrow of life. We change. A transformation occurs. Our consciousness shifts." Such powerful words from her. Not avert our gaze. And at the same time, it's being aware in this journey of grief that many of us are going through, that things could get worse before they get better. But they're also, it's important to trust that we can move through sorrow toward a life that is characterized by thriving, by resilience, if we have the means to meet our suffering, to meet grief, to meet sorrow with patience and also with curiosity, as well as wisdom. And we have to keep in mind, this is not easy. It's a wonderful book by Pat Barker. In this, it's a novel called Regeneration, and she writes of a doctor who knew only too well how often the early stages of change or cure may mimic deterioration. And she writes, "Cut a chrysalis open, and you will find a rotting caterpillar. What you will never find is that mythical creature, half caterpillar, half butterfly, a fit emblem for the human soul, for those whose cast of mind leads them to seek such emblems." And then she writes, "No, the process of transformation consists almost entirely of decay." Whoa. I think she's right. As I've said in other contexts, I feel we are going through a global rite of passage. And it is teaching us that loss is a natural part of life. So I'd like to mention a few ways that we can work with grief. One is to understand that grief is a relational experience. And in other societies, and I know this as an anthropologist, grieving and mourning are shared experiences. Being transparent about our losses, being transparent about our brokenheartedness can actually lessen the impact, the adverse impact of sorrow or grief on us. Also, I really encourage us to explore how our ancestors grieved and worked with grief. You know, every culture has a really rich and a really deep history of rituals of transformation. Are there rituals of transformation within our own society that would serve? And if not, can we look into our history and revive those rituals, revive those stories, revive those rites that give meaning to the process of transformation? Or we can create new rituals to deal with both collective and individual loss. One of the things that I found so helpful is to actually create a memorial, whether it's a memorial garden, a memorial corner, a small altar. Just as in our zendo at Upaya, on the right side of the altar are the names of those in our community who are ill. And on the left side of the altar are the names of those who have died. And it reminds us of our mortality, the truth of impermanence. And it also reminds us of how precious this moment is, just as we're experiencing it. I want to just mention a few more possibilities or strategies. You know, in this time of Zooming, even elders, the older people like me, are learning how to work with Zoom. And Zoom provides a context, since many of us cannot meet face to face, to actually share stories about persons that we have been close to, who have died. And that sense of connection, whether it's through Zoom or face to face, really makes a difference. Can really be a very healing process for both the speaker and for the listener. I want to mention two other things. How important forgiveness is in the experience of grief. Forgiving someone who has harmed you. Perhaps that person is the person who's died, and you have felt betrayed, enraged, disappointed, brokenhearted, and to forgive that person. And as well, forgiving yourself for mistakes made and things left undone. And to understand also the value of gratitude. I remember, as my own father was in the process of active dying, he was flailing, and it was literally a few hours before the moment of his death. I put my hands on either side of his head, and his arms were flying, and his skin on his forearms are so thin, they were just, his arms were bleeding, and it was really a pretty heavy scene. And I put my hands on either side of his head, and I just said, "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you. Thank you." Just as a way to express incredible gratitude for all that he gave me. And then when I was there for his last breath, I was able to, you know, in the silence of prayer, to send that this great heart of gratitude to my father. Gratefulness is a really powerful force of healing in the experience of grief. So whether it's a grief walk with a friend, a grief Zoom, whether it's parallel play where, you're on Zoom, but your friend who's grieving is reading and you're painting or writing a haiku, the sense of connection, companionship is very helpful. And finally, meditation. This is my thing, I think many of you know that there are deep practices that support the cultivation of stability, of openness, of insight, of courage, of groundedness, and of compassion that make it possible for us to become more resilient in the process of the journey of grief. So I want to just say a few more things. People who have faced grief deeply and who've had the support of a community or of another have often come back profoundly transformed by the experience, where suffering has in fact made them more resilient rather than more fragile, and with the ability to actually thrive in the present instead of being overwhelmed by the past. We can look at this in terms of the experience of positive integration of trauma. And what I'm saying by this is that beyond the ending of the old way of life that we experience, there is a kind of possibility for a new life to emerge. And that we can actually imagine a future where our wounds are still there, but in a form that connects us and makes us wiser and humbler and helps us to thrive. I think of Nelson Mandela or Malala or Jimmy Carter. They thrived, but they also encountered incredible obstacles, incredible losses in their life. I think of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, who lost his family, who lost his country. Thich Nhat Hanh, the same. And yet out of that experience of facing the truth of grief, this extraordinary power of presence has opened, and a sense of purpose has unfolded. So I want to finish this talk on grief with some words from the poet Wendell Berry. Wendell's an old friend of mine, Kentucky poet. And he writes about an old sycamore tree that is near his house. And he says of it, fences have been tied to it, nails driven into it, hacks and whittles cut in it. Lightning has burned it. There is no year that it has flourished in that has not harmed it. It has risen to a strange perfection in the warp and bending of its long growth. It has gathered all accidents into its purpose. It has become the intention and radiance of its dark fate. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share some thoughts and perspectives with you about the power of presence, of bearing witness to, of not turning away from, not being lost in addiction, not being lost in denial in relation to the truth of the losses that we're experiencing as a society and as individuals. And the possibility, as Wendell has suggested, it has become the intention and radiance of its dark fate that we may awaken to a life that is deeper, kinder, and more purposeful. Thank you.
Thank you, Roshi Joan. We have some questions. Pertinent question is, this is from Jill, how do you address those who still deny the pandemic? Do you pray for them, and what happens if they're in your family?
Yes, this is a wonderful question. I'm probably a little like the Dalai Lama. I'm not sure about prayer, but when I pray, it helps me, if you know what I'm saying. But I think part of our work is reaching across the divide in relation to differences. And again, going back to Terry Tempest Williams' words, it is to presence whatever their denial is. It's to connect in a way of respect. It's not to try to change people's minds, because people's minds don't change that way. I think that minds and hearts change through connection. And so trying to discuss it probably is not going to work. But I think what works is respect and love.
Beautiful. And here's a question about numbness. This is from Sarah. How do you really kind of deal with the grief and loss of known structures, support, normalcy of everything when it has become so overwhelming that you just feel numb? How can you increase the capacity to allow when the only feeling is numb?
I think that our numbness is one of the ways, if it's not induced, for example, by alcohol or other addictive behaviors, it's a way that we actually protect ourselves for a period of time. So I just encourage people to be patient with their numbness and to resource themselves so that their sense of feeling and connection can come alive again. I work with many clinicians, and the trauma that clinicians face in dealing with the pandemic is just incredible I can't even imagine. I receive every day. I'm in conversation, or I'm reading emails from clinicians who are just wiped out and who have gone numb. They've just shut down completely. And this is how we protect ourselves. And it's not to beat on ourselves more, but it's actually to say, okay, I'm so disconnected. I can't feel anything. This is my mindfulness bell, so to speak, that I need to resource myself. And that is to allow an exhale, or to do something that is in fact nourishing and reviving of my psyche and of my spirit.
A lot of questions around for those who work in death every day. Hard to keep your head up and really keep showing up. Talk to us about how to keep showing up.
Our bodies are really great teachers. Number one, following every inhale, there's an exhale. And so, keep showing up means not keep showing up necessarily in the midst of the chaos, but it's showing up to actually what will resource ourselves as clinicians. And whether it's a moment of mindful breathing, whether it's humor between clinicians, whether it's actually sitting down with a family member and being completely connected to that family member who is trying to figure out what to do, but just being fully present instead of, being in the sort of high emergency jacked up mode. But resourcing ourselves and understanding the problems associated with two things that I want to mention. One is pathological altruism, feeling like we're the only ones who can ever do good, and we have to stay there and sacrifice ourselves on the altar of service. In the meantime, we're circling around the drain. And empathic distress, that is over-identification with the individual who's suffering, such that we end up dissociating and in a way decompensating ourselves, or going into, in the way of numbness, the other end of the continuum, into objectification in order to defend ourselves from the experience of perceiving other suffering. So we have to be very somatically attuned. We have to take care of the body. We have to be respectful of our practical needs. We have to learn how to ground ourselves, and we have to really study how compassion operates, which is one of the things that we teach at Upaya, which I think is so important, and that's the grace practice of gathering your attention, recalling your intention, attuning first to yourself and then others, and then considering what will serve, and then from that, engaging.
Thank you, Roshi Joan. We have a few more questions. This is a tough one. This is from Yasamin. This week, a 10th grader, a beloved child, took her life in our community. This is one of the hardest, when perhaps turning towards grief needs extra tenderness, the depths of which are unknown for the parents, the community. Would you please share wisdom on incredible tender times, especially around suicide and the loss of children?
I'm going back again to Terry Tempest Williams. I don't think words assuage. I don't think words often serve, but presence does. And people need, if you will, the grandmother arms of presence, without feeling this kind of fakey, defensive grief talk that sometimes we engage in because we can't figure out anything to do, because we don't trust presence. And what can you say when a child takes his or her life? There are not words that suffice. Truly, I cannot imagine any words. But being able to actually stay present with those whom are grieving, also with our own experience, in a way that acknowledges loss and also is deeply respectful of the manifestations of sorrow, confusion, and even anger, as well as anguish, that is associated particularly around the experience of suicide. Mm-hmm. I think the other piece is, understanding that young people are very stressed at this time. And, again, I'm prayer, I think, is helpful. It brings a sense of the sacredness of life and death. And so whether it's prayer in our own experience, or the sharing of prayer, or offering prayer to the one who has taken his or her life, and with this sort of background of forgiveness, because our society, in a certain way, failed and is failing many of our young people. Mm-hmm. So asking the beast for forgiveness. Yeah.
A lot of questions around how to communicate with children and also to expand on forgiveness and what does it really mean to resource oneself?
So those are three questions. So let me start with communicating with children. I think the best way to communicate with children is through play. And so that's, in the, say, in the home where grief is present, it's also, it's normalizing loss, impermanence. It's normalizing death. It's to create the sense that this is normal. This is how people experience loss. And all of us will die. It's taking kids out into the natural world, the passing of the seasons, the dead animal by the road, the rose bush that is withered in the fall. So, it's like using story, play, examples in the natural world, and to normalize what it is to experience death and loss. So that's one piece. The other thing you asked about was resourcing ourselves. We often have a bias toward negative narratives. So, we're constantly ingesting the sorrowful, the sad, the pitiful, the loss, the unhappiness, we're sort of in the stew of misery. And I remember a friend of mine who went to Thailand after the great tsunami and worked with people there. She was a very skilled psychologist. And her whole family was swept away, and she was the only person who survived. And she was completely traumatized and totally in grief. And the psychologist bore witness to that part of her narrative. And then she asked, well, what else? What else? How did you survive? And how she survived was pretty remarkable. The wave had tossed her into the top of a palm tree. And the palm tree had stayed upright, and she had survived the tsunami. And the psychologist helped her to understand that actually she had a resource. That moment was a moment that was a kind of mitzvah or blessing. And so resourcing ourselves is not just dwelling in the painful narrative, but it's to understand, what I do. I often teach about things that are very tough to deal with. But I also step outside of my little room here and I take a walk in the natural world. Or I get down on the floor and hug my dog. Or I have a good laugh with one of my students. I have to have these exhales. And that kind of balance becomes obvious to me when I attend to my body. And actually, after this talk, I'm going for a walk. Because I realize part of how I am resourced is by being in the natural world. But it could be picking up your baby or holding your grandchild or having a Zoom with a grandparent.
There's a question on alone time and grieving and solitude. And I know that you are an extreme introvert and solitude can be very nourishing for you, but talk with us about grief and solitude.
Well, every stick has two ends. So I think solitude for those who are designed for it, like myself, it's really nourishing. I really appreciate the absence of structure and not having to interact as much as I do with people because of my job. So, again, that's a resource for me, but it's not for everyone. And, I was talking about this kind of parallel play on Zoom. Sometimes just, having a friend on your screen while you're reading a book, that's a presence there. It's a sense of connection. Or I'll be writing a haiku and, someone else will, could be doing calligraphy, or I'll do the calligraphy and they'll write the haiku. So, connection is important, and you have to know when it works for you. And also solitude for some is essential, but you have to know how it works for you. And then there are many people out there today who actually are not thriving in solitude at all. So I don't make it a prescription of that is except for a few strange ones like myself.
Something that is, I don't know if it's a new program at Upaya, but your socially engaged Buddhism program. Can you close with that? Because I find that it really is at the intersection of community addressing racism together.
Yeah. I see Debbie, it says 19 minutes. What does that mean?
Yeah, we're just wrapping on this. We have 1 last minute.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Debbie, thank you. It was really clear to me earlier last fall, that all of this work that I've done around socially engaged Buddhism and this network of individuals internationally that I collaborate with, that it was important to now start a training in socially engaged Buddhism. And we did it, and it is really extraordinary. I mean, it is addressing issues related to climate, race, prison, sexism, ageism, and all from a contemplative base, from a Buddhist perspective, but also understanding there are two main streams in socially engaged Buddhism. One is social service, and that's something I've been involved in for many decades, and that is direct work with, for example, in the prison system, or with dying people, or with the unsheltered, or people in the Himalayas who don't have access to healthcare. So it's direct service. The other is social action, and that is addressing issues related to structural violence. That is the actual systems and institutions that cause suffering to groups of individuals, like people of color and people who have certain special abilities and so on. And so both of these streams are braided because they reflect harm in our institutional systems and the outcome of harm, for example, those in our correctional system, or harm in our medical system. It's both structural and the need for a certain kind of service. For example, we have a chaplaincy training program. It's incredible. But every doctor should be a chaplain, in my opinion. Every nurse should have the skills of a chaplain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone really needs to have that basic education of death and dying.
Exactly. Anyway, thank you so much, Sierra, for putting this amazing event together and for your work. I'm so grateful. And I hope you come to Upaya one day.
I look forward to it. It's going to be one of my first trips when we bust out of lockdown. Thank you, Roshi Joan.
Thank you so much.
So for our next speaker, I recommend, if you haven't already, grab 3 different colors of pencil, crayons. Lashana Williams has a practice for us that will involve 3 colors. Lashana she's coming from Seattle, and she's the executive director of A Sacred Passing. Lashana is a death doula. She's a somatic therapist. She's truly a healer. She's the co-founder of The Listening Line, something that I am very excited for all of you to learn about, to become part of, and to utilize in your own life. Lashana is here to talk with us about community death care. Lashana, thank you for being with us.
Thank you. How are you?
Great.
thank you for this space, and thank you to everybody for doing what you had to do to get here today. Let me take these off. Things are thick, and just making it here, making it to see this live, or making space for the recording is being kind to yourself. And I would like to start and honor the people of the Duwamish. I am out here in Seattle and on their unceded land, and they are currently a federally unrecognized tribe. And I'm going to paste a link into the chat, and you can see how you can help be an advocate and as many national allies as they have in that, the quicker that will happen. So thank you if you choose to join me in that. Thank you, Roshi Joan. Your words, your message, they landed just the right way on just the right day. Thank you. When I was asked to share a little bit about community care and death care, like a kaleidoscope of colors went off in my head, and I was like, well, what part? Everything is so wonderfully interlaced. Community care is about clean air and clean water and access to food and shelter and medical care. And community care is about holding violent, racist, biased systems accountable and dismantling them. Community care is also making food for someone, washing someone's hair, picking up, dry cleaning, laundry, gardening in someone's yard, cutting someone's grass. Community care is assisting someone around their house with things that their body can't do anymore, letting them be a part of it and helping. Community care creates space in our life. And the space that I want to specifically talk about today is the space to grieve and for grief. When we are held by a community, it looks so different. Each of us need different things depending on where we're at, our access needs, our health. And when we don't have that container to hold us in of community care, we don't have time to feel. We don't have time to process emotions, and we move forward. There is a magic that comes when we are truly held and allowed to feel. The acknowledgement of allowing that space is not something that in this era of late stage capitalism that we do well in this country. We don't pause well. Roshi Joan mentioned that you can be supported in your grief. And that's the first thing that I would really like us to play with on the paper that you hopefully grabbed. It can be as big or as small as you'd like. And if you have 3 colors, awesome. If not, 1 works perfect. The first thing that I would like us to think about is what holds you in your grief in this moment. So if we could just take 1 minute and think about that. It could be people, music, it could be smells. You don't have to make a list. You can write them all over the page. I like to call them brain blooms. They don't all have to be full-time supports. They can be once in a while. What's supporting you right now in your grief? Thank you for that minute. This is the time that I really like to ask folks questions. And we don't get to do that. And so I'm having like a moment of small grief for interaction with all of you. And I'm going to acknowledge that. The ways that we are held currently in our grief sort of dictate the ways that we are able to process that in community. Do we have space? Are our needs being met? What needs aren't being met? There's so many things to think of. There's so many ways to hold people and be held. Now on that same page, you can either make a circle or you can mix and commingle the words. I would like you to pause and think about your grief of the past. Who supported you in the past? How were you supported? What things felt really good? Was it the fact that your neighbor wheeled out your garbage and just did it and you didn't have to engage and ask a question? Was it the fact that your neighbor came over and brought a movie and a pizza and a joint and you hung out for the night? Maybe someone took your kids and played so you could chill. What has held you in the past in your grief? Thank you for that. As we keep doing this, hopefully you'll see that there's intersections between the past and the present and the way that you were supported fully and the way that you continue to be supported. It's also really, really important to understand and like embrace the fact that the ways that you need support can fluctuate with the wind, and it's okay. The last portion of this exercise is the future. It's my favorite place to play because you get to think about all of the ways that hold you being held. Someone is there doing those things in all of the ways. And so in the pit of your belly, what are all of the ways that you could be held in the future in your grief? Knowing what you know about the ways that you have been held and are being held. What do you hope to have around you in the future as you grieve? the last thing that I said was, what can you imagine around you in the future when you grieve? What are all of the things that will hold you tight? Thank you, Donna. Thank you for that minute. Looking at the three sections, the three pieces of three sections of information that you have written down on your sheet, where are the intersections? What has been consistent? What is holding you in the past and now and will be there in the future? The reason this links in with community care is when you are in community and everybody's doing something, we're all participating in small ways that matter. It's so much easier to care for folks when everybody's doing something little. And in community, everybody's doing something little. Everybody's picking up something. And it becomes something that we do. In the Western United States, we have given so much of community care to the professionals because that's what we've been trained to do, is that's for these people to handle. Well, we can listen. We can care for people. We can tend. It's what we do. Sierra had asked me to speak a little bit about the listening line, and the listening line came to be in the middle of COVID. We were talking about access to someone just to talk to. The ability to walk down the street and talk to a neighbor was gone. People are quarantining and protecting themselves, and there's so much fear around contact that the spaces for folks to go and to talk quickly became limited. And the listening line is a volunteer-run line that folks can call 24 hours a day and just talk. Folks can be in crisis. They don't have to be in crisis. They can want to share something happy that's happening with them. We've had folks call and talk about their quarantine buddies chewing noises. We've had parents call and be so thankful to have someplace to vent to. We've had medical professionals call exhausted at the end of a shift and just want someone to cry to before they went back with the people that they were quarantining with. It's a space for people to talk, and we don't have many spaces like that in this country for people just to talk. No judgment, no diagnosis, no money, just call and talk. When we have community to process things with, we are so much healthier. Thank you so much for playing with paper and pens. I wish we were playing with some watercolor and seeing faces, but thank you.
Thank you, Lashana. We have some questions for you.
Sure.
Yeah. Grieving, and let's see here. This is from Elizabeth. How do you juggle your own grieving with the grieving of your loved ones? Because you work in so much, you're on the front line. And I'm assuming from her question, she might be too. I find myself stepping back from leaning in on loved ones, knowing that they too are grieving. But at the same time, I feel like this has put up barriers between us.
I think having really honest conversations about it can be helpful, if folks are willing, and to just say like, I'm grieving. What are you feeling? Are there ways that we can support each other? It may look like a game night if you are all quarantining together, or it may look like a meal. It may look like, actually, I just need to be alone for a little bit. Or do you have a good book to read? But having that conversation to figure out what someone's needs are, can help you better understand, are you able to show up for that person? Is this person able to show up for me, instead of guessing?
I want to mention that I've also gone through the listening line training, and it's similar to me in that, and it's a wonderful community. So when you go through the training, you meet, I met lots of death doulas. I found, in the training that that's kind of who you are and what you do, Lashana, but that was the network. And so people are trained when you call them, and it's really, sometimes we might have community, but our community might not really be trained or able or willing to help and listen, especially when it comes to grieving. So I highly recommend going through the training, because it will, during this time of lockdown for many of us, it will provide a community, a very caring, kind, and compassionate community. This question is from Lynn. Right after a loss, people share stories, speak the names of the one who passed, but as time goes on, I worry about my loved one being forgotten. I miss the rush of support at the beginning, but feel like I need it more now. How do I encourage that?
With folks that you trust, you let them know. You let them know. Would a phone call feel good, or a once a month check-in? Yeah, it's really about the conversation with folks.
Communicating. And how do people volunteer for the listening line? It's the last question.
Thank you. Well, you register for the training, and the training is free. And once you go through the training, you sign up for a shift. The shifts can be 1 hour to 4 hours. We just ask if it is the same time each week, because our phone programming system is not sophisticated, and it's volunteer run, so our capacity is limited. So just sign up for our training and do as much or as little as you would like.
Thank you, Lashana.
Thank
you. You'll get one of us. I'm volunteering on the listening line. Lashana is on there all the time. So we hope to listen to your voice on the listening line. Thanks, Lashana.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Heidi Boucher. Heidi Boucher was recently featured in the podcast, The Daily. It was a wonderful piece on the movement to bring death closer. It was an autumn piece that The Daily brought in. And in that piece, they really featured Heidi's work. Heidi has been a home funeral guide for more than 30 years. She's also an independent filmmaker and producer of the film In the Parlor. Heidi works with families to create sacred spaces for saying goodbye. She is here with us to talk about how home funerals are a stepping stone to building resilience through grief. Thank you for being here, Heidi.
Thank you, Sierra, and thank you to the Resilience Collective for inviting me here to be part of such a rich and incredibly interesting and diverse group of people. So I'm very honored to be here. It was interesting when Sierra reached out to ask if I would be part of this panel. I was right in the middle of reading a book on a local history, in particular the Donner Party, and how they struggled through that horrific winter of 1846 up in the Sierra Nevada mountains, which is just up the road from where I live. And the thing that struck me about this group of people and all the horrors around it was that they had this resilience to go forward in spite of everything, not just in this time that they were in, but then afterwards when they were rescued. And it reminded me of all the different peoples across the globe at different times that we draw from an inner human spirit and a resilience to go forward in spite of collective grief. The descriptions and how they tended to their dead were very fascinating. And as a home funeral guide, I could relate to many of the things that they did. And they're things that we try to do, or not try to do, but we encourage families to do with their loved ones today, having a more hands-on approach. When loved ones died back then, it was the family with the support of neighbors and friends who washed and cared for the body. And it was much more a community event. The women made the meals, they cared for the bodies while the men dug the graves and built the coffins. The children were very much part of the activity. It was a daily event almost in some cases. Well, maybe not daily, but many, many people died frequently all the time. In the Victorian times, there were so many sentimental poems and songs and customs catering to the notion that it was in fact a common occurrence, that it was romanticized to a very, very high degree. Now, I'm not saying that we should whip out our tear catchers and catch our tears or drape black crepe over our mirrors when someone dies. But I do think that we could learn a lot from our foremothers and fathers in how they cared for their dead. They had a much more practical, a much more natural relationship with death. How they grieved internally must have been the same, but how they showed it was very different. For those of you who don't know what the definition or what a home funeral guide does or what a home vigil or a home funeral is, this is when family and friends and community take on all or some of the aspects of the sacred work of caring for the dead. This can be planning ceremonies, rituals, it can be bathing and washing, dressing the body, handling required documents, transportation, and or hiring professionals to help with some or part of it. It can include crafting a shroud, making the casket, digging the grave. One can do as little or as much as one feels comfortable with, and also depending upon what is permitted in your area. Most people nowadays have no idea that caring for a loved one after death at home is even an option. It's getting better with the death positive movement, with articles and films and books and conferences, and many more people are becoming aware and interested in this option. So what is it about family-directed funerals or vigils that builds resilience? What do we mean by this? Three things came to my mind, three aspects. And the first aspect, if you want to throw up a slide there, Heist. The first aspect would be making the conscious choice. Many people have to wrap their brains around the concept of even caring for a loved one after death and decide if this is ultimately what they want to do. Others know right away. Perhaps they've experienced a family-directed vigil or a funeral previously, or they've read about it. Regardless, it takes a certain amount of resilience to go forward, to proceed with the unknown. Thinking outside the box. This is the first step in building resilience in regards to home funerals. Generally, a funeral professional is handling the arrangements. When one takes on a family-directed funeral, it requires research, planning to know how to proceed. talking about it with family members and friends, healthcare providers, and gathering a support team. Knowing your limits, what you can and cannot do, and being flexible. The second aspect would be doing the physical work. Since the beginning of time, we have always cared for our own loved ones. It's in our collective DNA. Human beings are wired to care for one another. And when we aren't able to call upon what is deep within us from long ago out of instinct and love, there can be a sense that something is missing, a disconnect. The act of making ready, washing a body, creating sacred space, holding one's hands together around the person who's lying in state, crafting a shroud, building a casket, arranging flowers. These are all doing activities, an activity of the will. And when we engage the will, we are at the starting point of the journey towards healing. Activity allows us something to grab onto as we go forward, giving grief a place to go, if you will. Those who have been part of digging a grave talk about how cathartic it is to be actively working. When we're physically engaged, this helps us emotionally. Going through the physical act of nurturing and caring for another human being out of freedom and love, whether they're alive and healthy or sick and infirm or in death, we build not only character, but we build fortitude. Giving freely out of love, being present while nurturing, increases resilience for what is to come. The third aspect would be living into the emotions. Being present, spending time with the body of a loved one who has died, whether it's for 12, 24, or 72 hours, also builds resiliency, but in a slightly different way, in a more gentle way. We are taking the time to stop, to slow down, and carefully step into this new paradigm of being without the one that we love. It gives those left behind time to start living into their feelings and emotions. Spending ample time with the deceased, lying in state, not just for an hour, but if we could do it for the setting of the sun, the rising of the moon, once, twice, or even 3 times, this is a significant deed. Touching the person who has died, talking, singing, praying to, or just being there holding space with others who are connected to us and dear to us. These are actions that are not only building resilience, but they are defining and creating a new and different kind of relationship with the deceased, if you will. A relationship with the spirit and the memories of the one who has died. If we can make the time to establish a new connection or relationship, the grief process is still there, but the seeds of inner strength and the resilience to go forward with grief are germinating. How we grieve is one of the most intimate human experiences. The way in which we share it, if we display it or talk about it with others, can be very uncomfortable for many people. But when all these moments of a family-directed vigil or funeral are shared with family and friends and loved ones, it becomes a sacred collective experience that binds one another together in love and in grief and in healing. Thank you, Heist. With conventional practices, too often a loved one is taken away or removed shortly after death, leaving us to feel a sense of emptiness or regret later. I've heard again and again how many times, I don't know, but people often talk about wishing that they had had more time to spend with the deceased, especially if it's sudden or unexpected, or a child of any age. These are the types of deaths where having extended time with the deceased helps tremendously in those immediate fragile hours after losing someone. And grief comes and goes, as we know, rearing its crazy and unforgiving head in the most odd places. But we may be more grounded, we may be more resilient in meeting it, not to deny or to push it away, but to meet, to acknowledge, and to go forward with it, with our vulnerable and very tender hearts. Many of us are afraid or full of fear of being around a dead body. But those of us who have gone, or those people who have gone through this, in my experience, have never regretted caring for a loved one after death. Grief, as we know, is extremely intense and abundant these days for obvious reasons. People are dying alone, and loved ones are just outside the wall or the window or the door, unable to be there to hold a hand or to touch a leg or to just hold space. Being so close with only our smartphones or our iPads, these are the only conduits. This is the best we can do sometimes. Vigils or funerals, whether they're in a private home or someone else or somewhere else, in many, many cases are not happening, at least in the way that we would want. I ask myself, is the lack of being physically present when a loved one dies during this pandemic going to engage people in the future to be more involved, to be more hands-on when things get back to normal? Does this tremendous hardship foster resilience to be more engaged, hands-on next time? I don't know. Regardless of what a family or individual chooses for their end-of-life wishes, navigating death at any time is challenging, to say the least. Throw in a pandemic and things become more intensely difficult. We crave closure or ritual of some kind. It doesn't matter how, where, what, when, or even whom with. It's within us to want to complete the circle. And COVID, as we know, is making it nearly impossible for many. But in spite of all this hardship and grief, people are stretching out of their comfort zones, finding ways to close the circle as best as they can, tapping into an inner resilience, that of the human spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. I have several questions for you. I'd love to start with children and funerals and home funerals, having children attend them. Is there an age that's too young or that is too much? Talk with us about talking children and inviting them into this process.
Yeah, that is a really good question, and a question that gets asked a lot. And I feel like I can answer this as a mother of 3 and a grandmother of almost 4. Children take their cues from us. Everything that children learn about the world is through their experience, through their imagination, through play, but from us. We are their elders. We are their community. So if we're freaked out about death, they're going to be freaked out about death. And I feel that children need to know, just as the grass is green, the sky is blue, the bird died, the cat died, and grandma will die. It's part of life, and how we can normalize it and bring beauty to it is very, very important. So how we carry ourselves and how we talk about death and how we feel about death, these are the points that a child will pick up on. And I would bring my children to a home funeral, absolutely. And I have seen many children at home funerals. And as long as everybody's just singing and doing their thing and running in and out and having snacks and playing the guitar or whatever it may be, it's okay. It's okay.
And the change with the pandemic and not being able for you as a home funeral guide to maybe even be in the house and inside with the family, are you finding that you are instructing over Zoom and that the family is more engaged?
Yeah. Ideally, the family taking it on by themselves or, more hands-on that's the preferred way. I mean, having somebody in the back helping is great. So yes, helping families over Zoom has been the norm these days. And it's quite powerful to be on the computer and it's wiggling around and people are struggling trying to do stuff, but they're doing it and they feel this sense of accomplishment and pride and almost an elevated mood because they've accomplished something, they've done something very important. And at first they might have been nervous, but they did it.
Mm-hmm. This question is from Alyssa. She says, this is fascinating and beautiful. Aspects of this reminds me of Jewish rituals around death. How do you incorporate people's religious and spiritual beliefs backgrounds into this work?
It's directed by the family. I think oftentimes people will ask questions, but then the question gets turned back to them in the sense, well, what do you want to do? Or what is your custom? What feels right to you? So owning your own resilience and your own confidence and knowledge and wisdom of where you are from and going forth. This is old stuff, very old stuff.
Mm-hmm. One last question. Often the body looks so different than most of our memories of that person. What's your advice on reframing that physical difference in a positive way?
That's an excellent question. I think a lot of people have this concept that I don't want that to be the last image I have. Well, that won't be the last image. It will be one of the last images. But that's okay if, in fact, it's around other things by creating that new relationship, bringing in flowers, sitting with that person. And it's not as scary as you think or as one may think. Death, there's a beauty in death. All the memories that we have, the collective songs and poetry or if maybe there's no art, but all the collective experiences that you have with that human being will rise to the top. And those are the memories that you will live with. And those will support the person too, wherever they are.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Heidi. It's like Roshi Jones said, it's about presence and really showing up with our presence, even in the midst of a home funeral.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, Heidi.
Yeah, my pleasure, and peace to all of the people out there. Thank you.
I am so grateful to introduce our next member of the collective, Ariana Schindel. Ariana is a social change strategist and co-founder of the Rhiza Collective, a woman-led collective using storytelling, healing, organizing, and research to support social transformation and environmental justice. Ariana, thank you for being here and co-creating this event together.
Thank you so much, Sierra, and thank you for these beautiful speakers. I am so honored and excited to announce our next speaker, Judy Gonzalez. I've met Judy on many picket lines, standing out at strikes and actions, on vaccination lines, when tirelessly she is making sure that our communities are taken care of. Judy is the president of NYSNA, which is a New York State Nurses Association. It represents 42,000 nurses, our frontline workers. in the Bronx. She works in the Bronx in the ER, seeing thousands of patients who have been affected by COVID-19. And Rhiza is fighting for healthcare equity, safe staffing, labor rights, and social justice. The pandemic has wreaked havoc on all of us, and the government failed to protect us. But Judy and other nurses have shown us what's possible. Let's welcome Judy to the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all from the land of the Lenape people. Hold on, did I start my video? Yes. I want to thank the Resilience Collective for putting together this important program, and thanks also to the panelists who've put together such valuable presentations, which I've enjoyed. And finally, to all the participants who are watching and sharing, we can live with grief when we understand and help each other. My name is Judy Sheridan Gonzalez. I've been an ER nurse in the Bronx for nearly 40 years. And like other nurses, I have seen much death in these years. Like all caregivers in this city, the past year has been one of devastation such as we've never seen. As president of our union, it was unbearable, not only to experience the trauma of the overwhelming surge of dead and dying patients last spring, but to respond to so many members' own grief and suffering who felt they had nowhere else to turn for help, for a rescue, for salvation, or just to describe their own sense of helplessness, sadness, and fury. So I was asked to tell our stories. And what follows is a brief presentation summarizing some of the issues that led to the failure of our nation to combat the pandemic, the traumatic impact of the proliferation of the virus in our locality and among our people, and the hope that remains for our society to find a better way. As nurses and frontline caregivers, it's impossible for us to separate the failures of our healthcare system from the trauma of witnessing what we did. Heist. The speed, the ferocity, the sheer numbers of the dead, our own helplessness by virtue of the virulence of the virus, the susceptibility of our populations, and the lack of PPE and protection afforded to us by those agencies we were supposed to count on. We too lost loved ones. We too were isolated from family and friends. We suffered the same traumas that our community suffered. We quarantined as directed, but we were exposed every day, so it was confusing what guidelines to follow. We maintained social distance out of work, but nothing like that was possible in the hospital. The obvious contradictions were disheartening and confusing. At some point, we recognized that we were being thrust into a hostile environment, like throwing Daniel in the lion's den, face to face with the realization that we were risking our own lives as we desperately tried to save the lives of our patients. And so many of our patients, the sickest, the least likely to recover, were longtime victims of institutional racism, economic hardship, and a healthcare system that was designed not to care for people, particularly those with few resources, connections, and the best insurance plan, but to make money. Thus, in the context of COVID-19, we function in primitive conditions: lack of proper protective equipment and ventilation, intense overcrowding, horrific understaffing, unconscionable lack of training, absent bosses giving out orders, rules broken, total chaos. It's no wonder that thousands of us contracted the virus and hundreds gave up their lives or suffered long-term disabilities. The worst part was that by virtue of our increased exposure, we were terrified that we would bring the virus home to our loved ones, our families, friends, and close neighbors. In the early period, we slept in cars if we had them, rented hotel rooms if we could afford it, or later when we organized, pressured the hospitals to provide us with home alternatives. Those of us who returned home sectioned off a part of our houses or apartments, avoiding sharing airspace with children, spouses, and parents. We shed our clothes in hallways, vestibules, and garages, bagging it all, running into the shower to scrub off the germs we feared could be fatal to those we loved the most. It was maddening, horrifying, and surreal, and it went on for months. Many of us have vague memories of that period: the body bags, the trailer morgues, the terrors, the decisions that were made for us. Lack of staff and equipment put us in a position to choose who would live and who would die. Who would we resuscitate when we couldn't help everyone? How could we even make such a choice? Who would we FaceTime with families who were forbidden to visit? so they could say goodbye? Whose hand would we hold, knowing it would be the last human contact that they'd have in this world? Who would we attend to when we were forced to take care of 5, 10, or 15 patients whose severity of illness demanded we only care for 1 or 2 or 4? And the guilt that we were failing our patients, betraying our profession. What could we have done? What did we miss? And that guilt feels like it'll never go away. So given all of this, how could we go back to work day after day, knowing that our hearts were breaking and our spirits were being paled away? So the memories are cloudy, kind of dreamlike and otherworldly, and maybe it's a protective mechanism to avoid remembering what we can't bear. We learned in nursing school that trauma doesn't go away, it stays buried within, and we're all suffering from PTSD, yet we never had the chance to process what happened. State rules made it easy for bosses to order us back to work in half the prescribed time because we were essential, yet many of us were dying on the inside. It seemed like the regulations weren't worth the paper they were printed on because the rules changed every day until there were no rules, just chaos, confusion, disguised as COVID is the new norm. And now with the surge, though nothing like the invasion in March here in the city, we revisit that same trauma, petrified that we'll go through it again. So how do we stay sane? How do we grieve for those we lost and then face the same situation again and again? For one thing, we count on each other. We care for one another. We, who understand the exact details of what our colleagues are going through, we provide comfort without judgment, silently embracing one another when we hit new lows. We have the privilege of each other. We don't have to explain anything. Many of us, but not all, unfortunately, learn the hard way that to survive, we have to ask for help when we're hitting rock bottom. We're like soldiers in the trenches, watching out for enemy fire, forming a collective camaraderie that we never knew existed. And it's a very special bond, a healing bond, a no questions asked bond. And it saved many of us from sinking into a deep depression and suicide, but not all. We've lost coworkers, not only to the virus, but to suicide. And it's important to know as well that this pandemic, it is not business as usual. The grief, the loss is not just of loved ones or those we cared for, but of income, of housing, of food on the table, of a sense of hope, of future. The recognition that racial oppression didn't take a break during COVID. In fact, the pandemic illustrated, epitomized systemic racism, with Black and brown people getting infected and dying at twice the rate of Caucasians. We knew that the whole situation was being mismanaged, from the federal government down to the supervisors on our hospital floors. Many of us are still grieving and clearly require help to pick up the pieces. We have a union program and have recruited other volunteer therapists to help, but still no small number continue to need to help process what has happened and what continues to happen. We have nightmares about wrapping human beings so recently, talking and laughing in shrouds, taking in the pain of every patient and their loved ones. These haunt us, they terrify us, and to think that it could happen again. As one of our amazing nurses said at an event, you may think of us as superheroes, but we're not superhuman. We also made a decision, though, that we would refuse to allow our sadness to turn into complacency. We turned our grief into action. We said, don't just get sad, get mad. We fought back. We organized. We protested the lack of PPE and other protections that were lacking. We protested the lack of leadership and support. We held press conferences, socially distant marches, drafted petitions, called on elected leaders, tapped our amazingly supportive community allies, our patients and neighbors who came out every night at 7 p.m., shouting and banging pots, letting us know that they cared. That meant so much. We exposed what was happening on in the hospitals and nursing homes. And in spite of the government and the hospitals' attempts to put their heads in the sand, the truth is finally coming out, and it'll keep coming out until we see the changes in the health system that our patients need and deserve. How many died needlessly from COVID due to the abject failures of our healthcare system? We may never know the answer, but we do know that we will not be silent. In the face of such rabid disregard for life, for dedicated frontline workers, we won't stand by while our patients die unnecessarily, while other people lose their lives or their homes or their health insurance or go hungry, while our communities suffer. The issue of health insurance is one we're familiar with. This pandemic and the losses we suffered, the mismanagement, the absence of a comprehensive public health infrastructure, the tragedies so many have experienced has its roots in the for-profit nature of the healthcare system in this country. So it's important to know how that works. In the past 50 years, there's been an unprecedented increase in technology and the severity of hospitalized people, many of whom are living with conditions that were fatal back then. But as you can see on the graphs, representing the increase in doctors and administrators, the healthcare clinician rate barely rose, hardly kept pace with the patient population. It's that almost plateaued red line on the graph on the left and the barely visible green line on the graph on the right. On the other hand, administrators, marketers, consultants, insurance analysts, handlers, MBAs, public relations, CEOs, CFOs, high-level 7-digit salaried top dogs, those numbers skyrocketed. Their salaries mushroomed even higher. In the world, among industrially developed nations, we spend more money per capita than the next 7 countries combined, and we have the worst health statistics among all of them. Healthcare is a human right. It should never be treated as a business. This is what allows patients to become commodities, bodies, numbers, dollar signs, and what inhibits a robust public health infrastructure, the essential component of a disaster response. This is why our responses in the US were so horrendously abysmal. And we continue to pay for the failure of our healthcare system and will continue to do so until we change that system. So we're committed to fight as a union, as a social advocacy organization, and as a humanitarian principle. Grieving is a normal process that we go through when we deal with loss. But dwelling on grief, letting it eat away at us, allowing it to inhabit our bodies and brains, dominate our thinking and our subconscious minds, direct our behavior and our responses to others, to pain, to pleasure, to intimacy, to decision-making, that's not productive. And we need help to get us past that stage if we seem to be locked in. We found through using the tools that a union provides, we can begin to overcome the sadness that is based at least upon fixable problems by working to fix those problems. By organizing, educating, mobilizing others, voting good people in, bad people out, by challenging big corporations and their multi-billionaire sponsors, we can combat the helplessness and hopelessness that grief generates. We can stand together and insist that zip code will no longer determine whether you live or die, that every human being has a right to the same quality and access to healthcare, that we can't survive without a robust public health infrastructure, and that our children deserve a future in a healthy planet with all the ingredients for its people to stay healthy. In 1867, Mary Harris Jones, a school teacher and dressmaker, lost her husband and 4 children to yellow fever. 3 years later, her dress shop was destroyed in the Great Chicago Fire. Undaunted, she became a union organizer for the Knights of Labor and then the United Mine Workers. She was so committed to the cause that she was called the most dangerous woman in America, having organized many thousands of mine workers and their families against mine owners, fighting against child labor and all forms of social injustice. She never stopped missing her family, but she focused her energies on the injustices that relegated working families to poverty, disease, and death. She inherited the name Mother Jones and coined the phrase, "Mourn the dead, but fight like hell for the living." We do mourn our own dead, and we fight for those who remain and those yet to be born. We overcome our own grief with the knowledge that a better tomorrow is coming, and only we together can usher it in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judy, and for those powerful words of Mother Jones. We know you're all fighting like hell. And so I wanted to offer one question from the audience. How are nurses impacted by the loss of a patient, particularly a child, especially if enough wasn't done in time that could have saved the patient's life? How long could a feeling like that last?
I think it lasts forever. I don't know how you get over that. We haven't, I mean, you can't let it paralyze you, but that comes back, those faces, those moments, dealing with a family, you revisit it all the time. Death is something we're used to. It's really sad when people lose children in particular, or younger people, I guess, although I think it's unfair to think it's okay that older people die. I think there's a society, we don't value older people, but it doesn't go away. It doesn't go away.
Yeah, we carry that with us as part of what we fight for. Yeah, thank you for that. I think we have time for one more. How can we support our communities and frontline workers and be an activist for grief when it's coming from so many different places, including racism, ableism, lack of healthcare, etc.?
We have to fight for a better system. We have to fight for a better economic system, a political system. We have to fight against racism, destroying whatever organizations or structures or ways in which we can do that, from writing letters to voting to being part of rallies and demonstrations and organizing. And that's really helped us in many ways with our grief, but also making our society a better one to live in and to die in.
Thank you so much for those words, Judy. So powerful. And every day we want to honor, particularly now, the essential workers like you, the work of NISNA, who are fighting every day to honor both the dead and the living. Thank you for your powerful work. And we will see you in the streets.
Thank you.
Beautiful. We've heard from so many incredible panelists and so many powerful words today. And I think we are excited to invite you all back for our second half. We are going to be hearing from speakers all over the world. There's going to be poetry, there's going to be healing, there's going to be breathing practices. We're going to have politicized experiences from activists in Uganda to activists and therapists in New York talking about the Asian American experience. We're going to learn new ways that grief, healing, and liberation can be united as one. The second half will be participatory. It will be full of energy and adventure and an opportunity to really engage with our powerful resilience. Today, we have heard about how these systems of oppression, how the pain have shaped the landscape of our grief. We've also heard how we can come together as witnesses, how we can hold each other in the past, present, and future of our grief, how we can fight together in the streets as a form of collective mourning, and how we can be with the bodies of those we love, how we can hold and witness death, both within our own families, our communities, and now here, all of us on this call, collectively witnessing together. Thank you so much for your participation. There is going to be a survey coming out. Please check your email for it. We'd love to hear from you more about how we can improve this event and future events. Check it out. And we will be back after the break with these incredible speakers. The chat will be on, and we can't wait to hear your voice. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody. We're so excited to have you with us. Hope you all had a restful break and are able to take in some of these incredible exercises and teachings that we've had. I'm now excited to share with you a little more about the fire that fuels. The Fire That Fuels is a global network of activists building regenerative movements. Fire That Fuels works with local activists and mental health providers to develop tools and training and support structures to reduce stress and trauma and develop more regenerative forms of activism. This regenerative activism moves us beyond burnout and conflict to strategy that can renew and sustain us, unite our movements, and bring us these powerful transformations that we are all looking for. The next two speakers that you will hear are part of Fire That Fuels. One is a powerful team of domestic worker activists and leaders who are leading the struggle for workers' rights in and around New York City. The second you'll hear is Douglas Mwadri, a leader of the LGBTQ community in Uganda. These communities have created regeneration circles, spaces for healing from grief, loss, and trauma, and they'll be sharing those with you today. I'd like to share a note with you about translation as we invite up the next group. Our next presentation, which is our domestic workers, will be bilingual in order to support language justice. Remember, our languages are our power. We want you to really hear the powerful voices of the domestic worker leaders in Spanish, while also hearing our interpreter voice over in English for understanding. Our session will be interactive, so please enter your answers into the chat when prompted. We are going to be inviting in ancestors, those we have lost, and those who have yet to come. So looking forward to hearing all of your voices in the next session. I'm now excited to introduce the collaboration between Rhiza and We Rise. This is going to be our Fire That Fuels Regeneration Circle. You are going to hear from 4 powerful leaders, Rocio, Mili, Sonia, and Martha. Each of them have been leading powerful regeneration circles through the pandemic and beyond. They're activists and leaders representing frontline communities and essential workers in the times when we need them the most. Let's turn it over to Martha.
Good afternoon to all. We are essential workers, and during the pandemic, domestic workers have cleaned homes of sick people. We have taken care of elders, and we've cared for the kids of the people, and we do the work that makes all other work possible. My name is Martha Carvalho, and I am Mexican.
Soy peruana.
I am Sonia Peláez. I am Peruvian.
Mila?
I am Mila.
Rocío López, y soy mexicana.
I am Rocio Lopez, and I am Mexican.
Somos regeneradoras
We are regenerators,
y facilitamos círculos
and
de
we
regeneración
facilitate regeneration circles
que alimentan y nos levantamos con fuego que alimenta.
with fire that fuels, and we rise.
Y nos levantamos con activistas de trabajadoras
With activists
de nuestra
of
comunidad.
domestic workers in our community.
Hemos estado liderando
We have been leading regeneration circles
compañeros, trabajadores
with our co-workers
durante la
in
pandemia.
domestic work during the pandemic.
Los círculos de regeneración,
The regeneration circles
de sanación y regeneración
are spaces of regeneration and healing
para pequeños grupos dirigidos,
for small groups led by
regeneradores capacitados.
trained regeneration leaders.
Los participantes ofrecen apoyo
The
mutuo
participants offer mutual support
a través de herramientas como
via
vocalizar,
tools
escribir, hablar,
like writing, speaking, sharing traumas, sharing stories,
depuración regenerativa del fuego que alimenta.
via fire that fuels, and we rise.
Sonia.
¿Puede subir su volumen, Sonia?
Ahora vamos
Now we are going to
a compartir con ustedes
share with you all
uno de los círculos
one of the circles
que hemos dirigido
that we have
en
led
nuestra comunidad.
in our community.
Con duelo y dolor
As we have faced grief and loss
por nuestras pérdidas.
because of the losses we've experienced,
Estos círculos usualmente
these circles are
duran
usually
una hora.
1 hour long.
Es un espacio donde
It
las
is a space
participantes
where participants
comparten sus experiencias,
share their experiences,
sus sabidurías y
their
fortalezas.
wisdoms, and their strength.
Trabajamos con trabajadoras domésticas
We work with
en
domestic
Nueva
workers
York, en Nueva York.
in New York.
Para nosotras fue muy importante
For us, it was really important
conectarnos con nuestra comunidad,
to connect with our community
porque en nuestra gran mayoría las trabajadoras
because in large part, domestic workers are immigrants,
domésticas y muchos tuvieron
and
familiares
a lot had families
que enfermaron y o
that got
murieron
sick
en sus
and
países
died
natales.
in their home countries.
La frustración era inmensa
The frustration was immense because they could not travel
debido a la pandemia.
because of the pandemic.
Otras mujeres,
Other women
su trabajo,
lost their
no
jobs
tenían ingreso
and they did not have an income
ni acceso a beneficios
nor
económicos.
access to economic
Por ser
benefits
indocumentadas,
because they were undocumented.
les causaba desesperación,
And this caused desperation
incertidumbre,
and uncertainty
porque tenían que pagar la renta,
because they had to pay their rent,
tenían que pagar
they
el
had to
servicio de
pay
luz,
bills, light bills, water.
necesitaban comprar alimentos
They
para
needed
su
to buy
familia.
food for their families.
Y esto fue
And this
duro
was
para nuestra comunidad.
hard for our community.
De las que siguieron trabajando, muchas
Those
se
that continued working, lots got sick with the virus.
Y esto también ponía más peso
And this
en
added
nuestros
to the
sentimientos
weight
y emociones
and the
frustrantes.
difficult emotions and the frustrations that we felt.
También se vio angustia,
We also saw
ansiedad,
anguish, anxiety,
depresión.
and depression.
Cuando empezamos con estos
When we
círculos de
started with these
regeneración,
circles, these regeneration circles,
el apoyo emocional fue bien
the
recibido
emotional
por todos.
support was well received by all.
La conexión colectiva fue
The collective connection was immediate,
y cada una de ellas
and each one of
se dio
them
cuenta que no estaban solas.
realized that they are not alone.
Bienvenidas a nuestra demostración
Welcome to our
de
demonstration
regeneración.
of regeneration circles.
Vamos a invitar a todas
We are going to invite
que
everyone
participen en
to
nuestro
participate with us,
y seguiremos compartiendo
and we will continue sharing
preguntas
some
en
questions,
el espacio de chat que tenemos.
and we would like you to answer in the chat box.
Ahora les voy a leer una frase.
Now I will read a quote.
Quisieron
They
enterrarnos,
wanted to bury us,
pero se les olvidó
but they didn't realize that
semillas.
we are seeds.
Quisieron
They
enterrarnos,
wanted to bury us,
pero se
but they
les
didn't
olvidó
realize
que somos
that
semillas.
we are seeds.
¿Qué les viene a la
What
mente
comes to your
cuando
mind when you think of this quote?
que piensan sobre esta frase?
What do you think about it?
Puede que hayamos perdido
It could be that we have lost so many people,
familia, amigos,
family,
o
friends,
conocidos
or
durante la
people that we
pandemia,
know during this pandemic,
pero seguimos creciendo.
but we continue to grow,
Somos la victoria de esas
and we
semillas,
are the victory of those seeds.
que seguimos adelante
We
con su
continue
sabiduría,
forward with their wisdom,
fuerza,
strength,
su alegría.
their joy.
Somos las personas que vamos
We
a seguir
are the people that are going to
con lo que
continue
nos dejaron nuestros
with what our
antepasados.
ancestors have left us.
Su legado,
Their legacy,
estamos aquí para seguir
we
adelante,
are here to continue on
para que no se nos olvide
so that we may never forget
esas semillas
that we are
que
those
van a
seeds
florecer.
that are going to prosper.
Y ahora
And
vamos
now
a tener un pequeño ritual
we are going to have a ritual.
Sonia, puede empezar.
Todas las personas que lo puedan hacer,
Anyone that can join us in this,
por favor, enciendan su vela
please light a candle
y permanezcan en pantalla.
and keep it on the video screen.
Estas velas
These candles
honran la luz de aquellas personas
honor the light of those who
que han fallecido,
have passed.
así como la luz de estas velas.
Just like the light of these candles,
Ellos permanecerán
they
en nosotros,
continue in us,
iluminando nuestras vidas
lighting our lives
con su resiliencia.
with their resilience and wisdom.
Vamos a tomarnos un minuto
We are going to take a moment
para honrar a los que
to
fallecieron.
honor those that we have lost.
Pueden escribir el nombre
You
de
can
aquel
write the names of people in the chat,
que falleció o
people who
de
have
nosotros.
passed.
Thank you so much. We're going to share baby Emery, Roy, Mona, Chris, Leslie, my mom, Kenneth, Cardinal, Norma, Monique, Vilma, Leona, Molly, my dad, my divine wise mother, Amalia, Phyllis, Ben, Leonor, Esther, Gummy Bear Cubbyhole, my dad Lejos, Rachel, Danica, Blue, my cat, my parents, Mukam Nasim, Abuelita, Denise, my grandmother, Rose, Esquilizal, Champa, Toto, Agong, Leonal, my kind father, Alina, Anne, Amanda's mother, John Gleck, my husband, my lovely dad, Maurice, Mitchell, my grandmother and grandfather, Sabrina and Irma, Gabriela, Ruth, my mom, my granddaughter, Angel, my grandfather, Philip Claude, my grandmothers, Victoria, Dan, Berta, all COVID deaths, all essential workers, all of the incredible hospital workers, grocery store workers, delivery trucks, those who were there on the front lines, our son Nick, Bruce, Ismael, Sir Captain Tom, my grandparents. Thank you for sharing your ancestors with us. Thank you for sharing the lives of those that matter to you. In this moment, we hold that they are with us now. Their resilience and their strength is carrying on in us. Sonia.
Ahora, por favor,
Now, please
cierren los ojos
close your eyes
y piensen
and
en esas
think
personas
of those
fallecidas
people that have passed
y en los sentimientos que esas pérdidas
and on
causan.
the emotions that those losses bring up.
Ahora juntos
Now, together,
vamos a realizar una respiración profunda.
we are going to take a deep breath.
Inhalen,
Inhale,
exhalen.
exhale.
Gracias para esta respira. Thank you for that breath, Sonia. I'd like to pass it to Millie. Mila, puede unmute.
Ahora les voy a pedir
Now, I'm going to
hoja de
ask
papel
that you grab a piece of
a
paper,
todos los que tienen y los que no
those
pueden
who are able to,
escribir en el chat.
and if you're not able to, you can write in the chat.
Que escriban sus respuestas a las siguientes preguntas.
Write your responses to the following questions.
¿Cuáles son sus miedos que
What are
surgen
the fears that come up
ante una pérdida
in the face of a
o
loss
pensar en aquellos que
or
hemos perdido?
thinking about who we have lost?
Puede ser ahora estoy sola,
It
no
could
podré
be
seguir,
now I'm alone,
no voy a conseguir trabajo.
I'm not going to be able to find work.
¿Cuáles sentimientos de culpa ante una
Does any
pérdida
guilt
o
come
al
up
pensar
in the
en
face
aquellos
of
que hemos
loss
perdido?
or thinking of those we have lost?
Ya no voy a tener un amor como
I'm
él.
I'm not
No
going to have
podré
another
estar
love like him.
para toda la vida.
I'll be alone for the rest of my life.
Cuánto lo amaba.
I won't be able to tell him how much I loved him.
¿Cuáles otros sentimientos difíciles que
What other
llevan
difficult feelings
en torno a
are you
este
holding around this grief?
dolor,
Pain,
rabia,
rage,
ansiedad,
anxiety,
depresión,
depression,
frustración?
frustration?
Les voy a dar un minuto
I
para
will
que
give you 1 minute
escriban su respuesta.
to write your answers.
Thank you. I see not being able to fulfill wishes, fear of being unwanted, the things I should have said, the loneliness. I see sadness and confusion, panic, sorrow, and love. Can I find another bright light? They left so quickly. Sadness and heaviness. We are here. We are with you. We are holding all these feelings. Millie.
En estos momentos
In
es
these moments,
sentir miedo,
it makes sense to feel fear
sentimientos fuertes cuando no podemos
or
entender.
other difficult emotions when we can't be with our loved ones.
Ahora vamos a doblar
Now we are going to fold
juntos nuestro
the
papel
paper.
con sentimientos. Cuando lo doblamos,
When we fold it,
nos damos cuenta que esos sentimientos
we can
son
realize
parte de nosotros,
that those emotions are part of us,
pero no nos pueden abarcar completamente.
but they cannot consume us completely.
¿Cuándo puede traer algo de miedo, culpa a este espacio?
You may carry some of that fear and guilt into these circles. Rocío?
Rocío, ¿me escucha? No puede escuchar. Martha.
Cuando puede traer algo de miedo, culpa.
Well, you can bring some of those fears in with you to the circles.
Rocío, más cerca del compu, por favor. No podemos escucharte. Más arriba, por favor. Y sí podemos continuar.
A este espacio comunitario para ser apoyado.
This community space is good for support.
Pero cuando podemos dejar de lado algo,
and when we are able to let go of these difficult emotions,
hacemos más espacio para la resistencia.
We make more room for the resistance and the wisdom that our ancestors have left us.
Escribe en el chat qué resistencia o qué fortaleza te han ofrecido a ti o a mí.
Write in the chat what resistance strategies or tools of wisdom and strength have your ancestors left you.
Escriba en el chat. Gracias por darme.
Please write in the chat. Thank you for giving me blank.
La fortaleza, por ejemplo, de la perseverancia.
For example, the strength of perseverance.
De ser responsable. De saber reír.
To be responsible.
Darme el amor.
To know how to give love.
El respeto.
To understand respect.
También podemos escribir en el chat. Gracias por darme.
Gracias, Rocío. I see in the chat, thank you for giving me music, openness, love, and empathy, for telling me not to overthink life, for giving me grace and wisdom, a fighting spirit, and limitless strength. Thank you for giving me the ability to interact with you beyond the veil, for giving me the fact that death is part of life, for teaching me how to always make loving choices, even in the face of fear, for giving me faith, the life I wish we had more time together, for perseverance in the face of hardship, the joy of telling our stories, laughter, and unconditional love, the mischief. Gracias a darme el amor. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the energy and wisdom of your ancestors that is here with us on this call, all 400,000 of us who are now here with all the wisdom, knowledge, skills, and resilience that have been passed down to us. Somos semillas, somos semillas, somos semillas. We are the seeds. Gracias. Thank you.
No estamos solos.
We are not alone.
Tómense un segundo para respirar profundamente.
Take one moment to breathe deeply.
Y miren en esta llamada cuántas personas
And look
somos
at how many of us are on this call
para apoyarnos mutuamente en nuestro dolor
to provide mutual support in our pain
y en nuestras emociones.
and in our emotions. Remember,
Semillas.
we are seeds.
Somos semillas.
We are
Somos
seeds.
semillas. Gracias. We are done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those beautiful words. Thank you for being with us in ceremony. I'm now excited to introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. Douglas Mawadri. Douglas Mawadri is a powerful human rights activist in the LGBTQ movement in Uganda. He is the lawyer who led one of the most powerful cases against the US role in creating homophobia in Uganda. He is the regional director of Fire That Fuels. You've now seen the domestic worker US-based program. You're going to see now Douglas's work as a Fire That Fuels leader, leading human rights LGBTQ activists in Uganda. Douglas is going to share on grief and regeneration in the human rights movement. Thank you so much, Douglas. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Ariana, for introducing us, and thank you so much for all the panelists and the participants under this program. As Ariana said, my name is Douglas Mawadri. I am the Executive Director of Associate for Health Rights Uganda, and I am also the coordinator of Fire That Fuels, the Uganda chapter. Over this last couple of months, we have been running a program on regenerational circles with the participants, and we have partly had a very good experience in people sharing their grief, and also people trying to create resilience from the inexesses that existed in the law, in the COVID, but also partly during the elections, where there was internet shutdown and there were so many violences that occurred to the LGBT and sex workers community in Uganda. So we have been running this program, and for that matter, we equally share our grief with the people, and we also share so much difficult moments, and we thought that we should share our work with all of you. So we thank all of you for participating in this, but also for taking time to listen to our plight, working with the LGBT and working with the sex workers, but also partly working on the working largely on human rights activities in Uganda. Arena, the slides, please. Yeah, so we are asking, why is healing important for human rights defenders? So the human rights defenders in Uganda largely do so much work which involves people being exposed to traumatic experiences, the loss of our own activists within our movements, the arrests and the laws that are quite negative towards LGBT persons, but also towards human rights defenders who are supporting LGBT persons in Uganda. And Uganda is, of course, as a country that still has its repressive laws that target LGBT persons, but also it goes ahead to target human rights defenders because of the work they do. The work that human rights defenders do mostly, where depending on the target group that you're working for, it's being seen as as you're supporting a particular illegality. You're supporting persons who are actually contravening the provisions of the law, and so it becomes an issue for one not to align yourselves with. But the fact that you're a human rights defender, you associate yourselves with all these difficult moments and difficult persons, and people always also come to you with their problems, and then to find solutions for their own problems. So as you go through, you listen to people's problems, and you identify people's you find solutions for people's problems. It becomes a challenge even for you, that you grieve with them, and also as you grieve with them, you also take in all the burdens that people have. So people come and load their burdens onto you. So you equally become so burdened that you become a target to which you actually become, at times you suffer from depression, insomnia, stress, that are resulting from your own work and your own experiences of working with the human rights defenders. But also there is a desire to create a wider movement that creates cohesion, that creates trust, that creates resilience, and that's why we thought it important that the grief program would be able to help us explore the better methods on how we can deal with the challenges that human rights defenders go through. Next. What forms of grief do we experience in the human rights movement in Uganda? There's so much types of grief that are experienced by human rights defenders in Uganda. Notably, a few of it is that there are loss of activists in Uganda. For example, there was a loss of David Kato, one of the prominent LGBT activists who was murdered in cold blood in his own home in 2011. But also quite recently, there was the murder of Brian. Brian was an activist in Ginger, but he was murdered in cold blood just because of the work he does. But there are so many other human rights defenders who also lose their lives just because of the work they do and because of who they identify as LGBT persons. But also there are so much issues to do with, like, loss of connection with family members, because there is so much rejection, there's so much banishment that results from individuals because of their association with a particular groups of people. You know, whether you're an LGBT human rights defender, or whether you're a sex worker, or whether you're a human rights defender who defends the rights of LGBT persons or minorities in Uganda, you are considered as an immoral person within the family setup. So you tend to lose that family kind of a setting, family background, a family belonging that you ideally have to belong to. But also people lose their homes, and people flee to exiles, people are rejected, or people are evicted from their places of residence. So because of this, human rights defenders go through so much difficult moments as they undertake their human rights defense work. But also there are loss of property, where people lose properties because of their association, because of their identity, because of the kind of work they do. So property are lost just resulting from the fact that the people are assumed that the properties they own are not properties they ought not to own because of who they are. So these are things that human rights defenders do experience. And for that matter, grief is not just from people who lose, but also whom we lose, but also because of the things that, all the experiences that we go through. So all these things get into human rights defenders, and for that matter, it gets into the minds and the souls of people, that it affects all of us in respect to what we do. Next. So this grief has several, the grief and the trauma and the stress and the depression has so much types of impacts that human rights defenders do face. So as we go through documenting our work, as we go through assisting individuals, as we go through finding measures on how to mitigate all these human rights violations, as we go through to talk to individuals and find solutions for their own problems, people go through so many challenges. But some of the effects that we go through are their social isolations. Social isolations comes as a result of people who try to isolate themselves because their families are against them, but also families isolate them. So it's a double sword kind of a thing, where you isolate yourself because you don't want people to associate you with a particular group of people, but also the people isolate you because you've identified as an LGBT human rights defender or as an LGBT person. So this is some of the difficult moments we go through. There are so much burnout in the communities because of the kind of work that we do. You know, you have several things and things that you definitely have to respond to. So because of some of these challenges here, you are so much overwhelmed and burdened with so much work that you have to undertake. There are also things that, like for example, post-traumatic stress disorders, insomnia, that people go through because of the work they do through. So the whole day people are documenting cases, the whole day people are working towards finding a particular solutions to individuals, but also a particular remedies that could be able to be adopted by so many other things and whatnot. And this kind of work follows you up to your own space, up to your own private space, your bedrooms, you know, your private space and whatnot. So for that matter, the grief, the impact of trauma and all these things follow you into your private spaces. So these are the challenges that the human rights defenders do face as they go through their work. And for us, this is some of the things that we actually face on a daily basis because people come to us with so many solutions. There are also family ties that you lose because of the fact that you identify as a human rights defender, but also you identify as a person who people look up to give solutions. Sorry, my internet had a bit of issues. Yes, Arena? Yeah, so the fire that fuels, Uganda is basically a program that we created towards ensuring that LGBT activists do connect, do provide, they do connect, they do find solutions for their own problems to address the issues of stress, the trauma, and they develop regenerative forms of activism that can be able to be adopted and they create resilience from within their own networks and their own movements. For this, it's basically a measure that we can use to address some of the difficult moments that people go through as they continue doing human rights work. So it's basically a tool that we adopted in Uganda to undertake and to mitigate some of the measures that we go through in respect to doing the work that we do. Next, Arena. So while we are undertaking the regeneration circles, communities do come together to find healing spaces or to find regeneration practices within small groups, within their own individuals who understand them, who trust them, and whom they can relate with in respect to all their undertakings. So the participants come together to create a peer support and a very collective healing tool, which allows them to basically open up to vocal their traumatic experiences through written words, through storytellings, and through sharing their own ordeal, so that they tend to collectively find solutions together with all these challenges. Over the last few months, we created 19 activists in Uganda who were trained with the regenerative practices, basically regenerators with regenerative practices and resilience practices. And also there were other 26 regenerational circle sessions that were led by fellow activists. So these are mechanisms that we created as a peer-to-peer lead mechanisms to be able to address some of the mitigation, to mitigate the respective human rights violations that we have documented over the years. Next. So the transitional solidarity and exchange is that very briefly, we are trying to like reach far and wide with our programs to be able to say and to tell our stories on how we do mitigate some of these things, some of the human rights violations. In the last year, we undertook a regional program, the East African program, to train our human rights defenders across the region with our tool of peer-to-peer regeneration practices. And also quite recently we had I participated in a training methodology with under the peer-to-peer approach to be able to reach out to some of the human rights activists in Haiti with the tool, and we thought it important that this tool can be sold, not necessarily sold, but that can be showcased across the globe. But also we're building a network of activists to address grief and trauma across our networks, to be able to see how we can mitigate some of these violences and share experiences. Next. One of the practices in regional circles is that we basically write letters and we try to reach out to basically create a little bit of solidarity and cohesion within our own movement. So one of the examples could mean, just if I talk about the letter, is as an example, say, "Dear Douglas, it wasn't that I didn't love you. It was that I didn't know how to fully love, how to fully love me. I never wanted you to live and carry you in the heart every day. Love, Mom." So this is basically a letter that possibly your mom sends you to give you strength and solidarity to be able to continue your work. One of the such example could mean a letter to say, "Even though I was killed, dear Douglas, even though I was killed, you do not have to feel guilty and that you survived. You do not have a flight to fight harder every day. You do not have to fight harder every day. Sometimes you must enjoy rest too. The rest and regeneration is after all what we are fighting for." So this is basically to say that you are doing so much work, and for that matter, you need to basically also take some time off to relax and to just just grieve and overcome some of these burdens here, because there's so much that you do undertake on your daily basis, and that there are solutions that you might also need to find for your own self to be able to be resilient to carry the next day. So letter writing is basically one of the methodologies that we try to reach out to our family members, but also our networks, to be able to articulate the issues. So yeah, I would implore, if as one of the I noticed that this was really a very powerful tool, and for that matter, if the participants can just maybe in a chat write a letter to each other and see the impact of this letter. Just write anything random to anyone whom you think that you associate with such a person, to see how the power of the letter towards this individual, and how it can also create a little bit of resilience towards understanding their grief. Thank you so much. So this is an exercise that we may possibly have to undertake, and just to feel how powerful it is, just to write a letter and say how powerful you are and how we stand with you in whatever space you are, just to make sure that you keep doing your work and you do matter. But also it's a reminder that you're very powerful and the rest of the individuals are with you. So it makes you feel the passion that you're powerful, that it gives you the resilience that you can be able to wake up the next day and continue the kind of this work. But also it's a reminder to you that you're also human, that the moments when you can go through all these things to see you through, that you might have to overcome. So yeah, that letter can actually also suffice to.
Thank you so much, Douglas. I want to share some of the letters that people are writing in the chat. Dearest human, I see you in your perfection, your imperfections. You are whole and resourceful. You matter. I see you in your fullest potential. Believe that you are enough. Love, Shannon. From Beth, may the grief in our hearts open all of us to being present more for those around us and to love more deeply. From Melissa, today you are seen, valued, and appreciated. Today may be hard, but every day won't be. From Janine, dear Douglas, thank you so much for the letter writing. This is healing for me. I am grateful. From Greta, you are not alone in your grief. You are loved and cared for. Thank you for all the working you are doing and your resiliency. So many blessings. Dear you, I know you have been trying to do your best at times, biting more than you can chew, but you are doing the best every day, and you deserve to breathe and smile more often than be hard on yourself. Thank you. Everything worth doing is worth doing poorly. It is better to do part of the work of grief than not do it at all. Never underestimate the difference you make in the inspiration you are. This is our time. Thank you for the beautiful letters. Thank you for your beautiful words. This is a powerful practice, and may you all carry it with you and hear the words that you need to from your loved ones and those you've lost in the moments you need them the most. And please check out Fire That Fuels to support both the work of Douglas and the nannies. I now want to turn it over to my partner, Xing. Xing was formerly an engineer and now works as an art designer, a production manager, doing incredible large-scale art installations. She is a powerful, powerful member of the Resilience Collective. Thank you so much, Xing.
Great. Thank you, Ariana, and thank you, Douglas. And thank you so much to all the wonderful speakers and to the attendees for showing up to hold space for this important and timely topic of grief. Thank you also to the tech team and volunteers that are working hard behind the scenes. Douglas spoke to the grief experienced by human rights defenders in Uganda. And for our next talk, we're moving closer to home here in the US to shed light on the grief being experienced by the Asian American community. Our speaker, Ivy Kwong, is a member of the Resilience Collective, and getting to know Ivy has been, for me, one of the unexpected gifts of the pandemic. Ivy is a first-generation Asian American psychotherapist, speaker, and author who specializes in healing codependency, intergenerational trauma, and Asian American mental health. I love that Ivy holds gracious space for a community that often carries a stigma against being able to openly discuss mental health. I've been in awe of her ability to speak eloquently to the many facets of being Asian American. As an Asian American myself, I'm so grateful to have the opportunity for Ivy to speak to some of our collective experience. Please give a warm welcome to Ivy as she helps make visible the invisibility of Asian American grief.
Thank you so much, Shane. I'm so grateful for you. I love you, and I'm grateful to be here with all of you. My name is Ivy Kwong. I've been a therapist for over 16 years, and I specialize in Asian American mental health and healing codependency. This talk is for everyone. I invite you to feel what you feel and take good and gentle care of yourself as you listen. All of you is welcome here. We're going to begin with the 5 trauma responses: fight, flight, freeze, fawn, and feign. All are instinctive ways we react in times of stress or perceived danger to try and stay alive. Fawning and feigning describe codependency. Fawning is being an extreme people pleaser. It's prioritizing the wishes, needs, and feelings of everyone else above your own and finding it hard to set boundaries and say no. It's based on the idea that you can earn belonging, safety, and love by being nice, good, selfless, and trying to please and placate others in order to avoid conflict or danger. Feigning involves shrinking. So pretending to feel less and to be less than you actually are, so you don't risk hurting or offending anyone or drawing negative attention to yourself. If someone can't see you, they can't hurt you. Stay silent, stay compliant, and stay invisible in order to stay safe. These lessons are passed down to us from those who learned them before us. Don't complain, or you might lose the little you have. Don't speak up, or you might be punished for it. Don't take up space because it belongs to others. Don't make trouble or ask for anything. You should be grateful for the crumbs that you get. What happens when this survival strategy stops working? When it becomes more harmful than helpful? What happens if you become so good at pleasing or hiding that you disappear completely? That your grief, your pain, and the harm being done to you and your community goes unnoticed and unheard? One of the most powerful and healing ways that we can process grief is by expressing it, sharing it, and having it witnessed by a caring, empathetic, and non-judgmental audience. If we remain erased from our society's awareness, we can't heal. There's been very little media coverage of Asian American grief. There's very little teaching in history classes of Asian American pain. And so it stays invisible, growing heavier with gaslighting, microaggressions, and racism, stemming from the lack of awareness, humanization, and any way for others to learn, develop awareness, empathy, and compassion. Holding everything alone results in physical illness, overwhelm, depression, anxiety, angry outbursts, and burnout. We are East Asian, South Asian, Southeast Asian, Pacific Islanders. We are not a monolith. We're very different, yet we're being treated like one. We aren't all crazy rich Asians or bling empire Asians. Nearly 15% of us are currently unemployed. This is nearly double from before COVID. Over 12% of us live below the poverty line. We've been amongst the hardest hit by COVID, and over 1.7 million of us are currently undocumented and unprotected. We're not your model minority. This is a harmful term made up by white sociologists to drive a racial wedge between Blacks, Latinx, and Asians fighting together for equality during the civil rights movement in the 60s. The model minority myth claims if we are hardworking and well-behaved, we might receive protection or preferential treatment from those in and keeping power. But the truth is more clear now than ever before that staying silent has never and will not keep us safe. Today, my intention is to make the invisible visible for the honoring and the healing of all of us. First, I offer a brief lesson of what none of us were taught that we need to know, because if we don't know our country's history, we can't learn from it, and we're doomed to keep repeating it. Knowledge is power, and awareness gives us choice, the choice and the chance to do things differently. Second, I'll share a very intimate and personal share on my own grief. Feeling nervous and vulnerable about it, but also hopeful and grateful. Third, for those wondering what to do, I share what can be done, what we can do on our own and with each other. And finally, I'll lead us in an ancient 7,000-year-old experiential somatic practice, embodiment practice for our collective healing. First, quick history lesson. Asian American racism, hate crimes, and discrimination are not new. How did we get here in the first place? In 1865, the Central Pacific Railroad imported over 20,000 Chinese workers as cheap labor to build the first transcontinental railroad across the United States. They were paid $25 to $30 a month, less than 30% of what white workers made. In the Rock Springs Massacre, 28 Chinese workers were murdered by white workers with no repercussions. Cases were dismissed because the judge couldn't find a law that prohibited the killing of Asian people. According to multiple state laws, only killing whites, Blacks, and Mexicans was illegal. Some of the most racist things that have happened in history have been legal, and it doesn't make it okay. The Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 was the first law ever in the States restricting immigration based on race, banned Chinese for 10 years. The Geary Act of 1892 banned Chinese immigration for an additional 10 years and required Chinese residents to carry special documentation. Those caught without their special certificates were sentenced to hard labor or deportation, and bail was only an option if the accused was vouched for by a credible white witness. So even then, we had to learn to please those in power to try and survive and stay alive. In 1854, the Supreme Court ruled that the Chinese, like Blacks and Native Americans, were not allowed to testify in court, making it impossible for them to seek any justice or protection from the law. In the Tacoma riot of 1885, Tacoma, Washington's mayor declared the Chinese were a curse and a filthy, dirty horde. A November 1st deadline was declared with threats of violence and harm if it wasn't honored. Over 350 Chinese were chased by mobs, forced onto trains, their homes and their businesses burned down and destroyed. This organized action became known as the Tacoma Method, and it was taught as a way to forcibly remove Asian residents from cities throughout the United States. Filipino, South Asian, Chinese communities were run out of towns. There are so many instances of these riots by white mobs in Wyoming, California, Washington, Nevada. Most ended up in Chinatowns, a place of poverty and crime avoided by the police. Did you know that the largest mass lynching in American history happened in Los Angeles? In the Chinese massacre of 1871, 20 Chinese men and boys were hanged by a mob of over 500. There were no convictions. And then came Executive Order 9066 in 1942, when over 120,000 Japanese Americans were incarcerated in camps with armed guards and barbed wire for having the face of the enemy, despite having lived in America for generations. A common slogan was, "There's no yellow in the red, white, and blue." Asians weren't even allowed to become American citizens until 1943, and alien land laws prevented us from legally owning land in America until states slowly began allowing it. In 1949, Oregon and Montana 1952, California. And in 2018, Florida voters finally passed an amendment to repeal the alien land law from their state constitution. Before 2018, multiple proposals to eliminate this law failed. In 1982, Chinese-American Vincent Chen was beaten to death by a baseball bat in Detroit 11 days before his wedding by two white unemployed auto workers who mistook him for Japanese and blamed him for taking their jobs. They didn't go to jail. In 2020, COVID begins. Before this, there was SARS, and racism against Asians is permitted and encouraged by those in power who call it the Kung Flu and China virus. An 89-year-old Chinese-American woman was set on fire in New York. Another taking out her trash was attacked with acid. There were over 2,600 additional reported instances of hate crimes from March to August 2020 alone. 20 weeks, that's 130 a week. That's over 20 a day, and actual numbers are estimated to be so much higher. These are only those that are reported. Which brings us to now, 2021. Not sure if you're aware of it, but there's been a massive recent wave of unprovoked, racially motivated attacks. Just 3 days ago, there was an Asian man stabbed in the back with an 8-inch knife in New York City's Chinatown by a man who had attacked multiple other Asians. 4 days ago, an Asian woman was pepper sprayed walking on the street in Soho. Early this month, there was a 91-year-old shoved to the sidewalk and 2 other Asian elders slammed into the ground by the same attacker so hard they lost consciousness. This month, there was an 84-year-old Thai grandfather named Vijay Ratanapakdi. He's an immigrant who moved to San Francisco to help care for his grandchildren. He was violently pushed while on his morning walk. He hit his head and he died from his injuries. Day after that, 64-year-old Vietnamese grandmother attacked in San Jose, Filipino-American man slashed in the face in the subway in New York. There's so many of these instances. If we do not know and learn from our history, we were doomed to repeat it. There's so much more, but right now, the more that I'm gonna share with you is my own personal grief, because beyond numbers, facts, and stories, there are people. I am here with you now, and I'm gonna share my heart with you now. I invite you to hold sacred space by being present here with me, by feeling what you feel. As I feel it, I feel. My great-grandparents died of opium overdoses. My mother's parents met as orphan 9-year-old servants in a household that gave them food and shelter in exchange for their labor. My mother lost a brother and a sister because her family couldn't afford medicine to keep them alive. My grandparents worked as a truck driver delivering slop for pigs, a flower stand worker, and a janitor in a restaurant. They saved all they had so my father and my mother could come to America. Young immigrants in a strange new country that wasn't built to help them. And they were met with judgment, fear, discrimination, contempt. I think of the sacrifices my ancestors made, the pain they suffered through in silence. They're trying to give their best to their children, as all parents do, a better life than they had. And it breaks my heart to see videos of elders who look like my father, my mother, and my grandparents, who walk the way they walk with their hands behind their backs, moving slowly as they stretch their tired muscles in their morning walks, quiet and keeping to themselves as they always have. Randomly attacked, set on fire, doused with acid, pushed to the ground, their soft, old, wrinkled bodies who have gone through so much, hitting the hard pavement because the features of their face and the shape of their eyes. My face, my eyes. I'm grieving the attacks because I feel them in my cells, the violence and the pain, the sacred rage and the deep, old sadness of all those who came before me. I'm grieving the shackles of silence that never kept us safe and only allowed others to keep hurting us. I'm grieving, staying quiet, sad, and scared when people called me a chink, told me my food made with love by my mom was disgusting and gross and smelled weird and dirty, asked where I'm really from, told to go back to my country when I was born in Indiana, told I'm not the leadership type because I don't speak up, while speaking over me when I tried, told I'm surprised you're not better at math, and you're cool for an Asian, and you need a white man to protect you, and told my community's suffering isn't as bad as others, not to take up space, as if compassion and kindness are a limited resource instead of an infinite well for all of us to draw from. I'm grieving being overlooked and selectively silenced in America's media and history books. I'm grieving being told it's our own fault for staying silent when silence is what kept us alive for so long. From those Chinese railroad workers accepting a fraction of the pay of a white worker to make barely enough to stay alive and then hunted and killed for existing, to the Filipino farm workers who stayed silent in horrible conditions, murdered for existing, and the first, second, third generation Japanese Americans who put their heads down and worked hard for the American dream only to have everything stripped away from them for having the face of the enemy. And now seeing and hearing about my Asian siblings being spit on, singled out, shouted at, given the stink eye, shoved and stabbed for once again having the face of the enemy, this virus, in danger for our lives and singled out as easy targets for looking the way we do. Staying silent has not kept us safe and will not keep us safe. I'm grieving, I'm angry, I'm tired, I'm heartbroken. Thank you for holding space for me, for sitting with me, and for seeing me. Before we move into things to do, I invite you to take a breath with me now in this moment to be as you are, with me as I am. What can you do if you're Asian? Take time to rest, slow down, take breaks from the news and social media. Give yourself permission to feel. When we're in survival mode, we can respond to stress by working harder, doing more, producing, and keeping ourselves really busy as a way to avoid discomfort. But what you're feeling can't be healed that way. Feelings in your heart, your body, your spirit, your cells need to be felt, need to be expressed, need to be honored, and need to be moved. They are not weaknesses, they are strength. Our feelings reveal to us what's important, what matters, and it keeps us connected to our humanity. We're all at different stages of our journeys of racial identity, courage and comfort in speaking up publicly or privately, and processing rage and grief. Wherever you are now, it's okay. Know you are seen, loved, and accepted as you are now and in every moment. Please know that you matter. Please know it's okay and important for you to take up space. We're all in this together, and our safety and collective liberation depends on our own healing, self and community care, and solidarity together. Reach out to connect. We're here for you, and we're here with you. Consider therapy. Perhaps the first one, your entire family, which is an incredible privilege in and of itself to be the first in your lineage to do the work to not just survive, but to thrive. Remember that you are your ancestors' greatest dream. The healing work that you do heals not only yourself, but generations before and after you. As you heal, we all heal. What can you do if you're not Asian? For my Black and brown siblings, know I am forever committed to being in this work alongside you. I know we can't move forward if anyone's left behind. There's a need for awareness, accountability, collaboration, healing amongst all our communities. And I hold a deep belief in knowing that there is space for all of us, that none of us will have to shrink to help all of us shine. Let's use our creativity to imagine new possibilities, new systems, and new ways to work and collaborate to create for the healing of all. What would it look like, feel like, and be like for all of us to feel safe and to thrive together? For my white friends, I ask that you continue to listen as you are now, learn as you are now, feel as you are now. I invite you to tap into your unique gifts and abilities to share what you've learned in the spaces and systems that you can touch. Ask yourself if you're including Asians in your decision-making, awareness, anti-racism work, your caring, your empathy. I invite you to continue your own journey of healing in your communities, to not allow racism to stay covert, indirect, subtle, and overlooked. That you have the courage to face it with each other. Tell the person telling the racist joke that it isn't funny. Speak up for the Asian person who's being harassed. Check on them afterwards to see if they need help or someone to help walk them to their next destination. If you're a teacher, what are you including in your teaching? If you're an employer, what resources can you provide to support your Asian employees and customers? You can also watch Asian American shows that tell different stories and diversify your social media feeds to include Asian voices like Neck Shark. You can order from Asian restaurants and businesses. You can check on the Asian family in your neighborhood. You can reach out to your Asian friends and colleagues. You can ask them how they are, from your heart, not your head. You can listen. The world may tell you there isn't enough justice, caring, or opportunities for everyone, that we only have time and attention, ability to pay attention to one group of people at a time, and then we have to fight for that spot. None of that is true. What is true is that there is always more than enough for all of us. May we have the courage to see each other, to be with each other, and to heal, grieve, and grow together. This is how we build collective resilience. We need each other to make it through. So now if we have I was going to invite you in a practice. I'll just demonstrate what it is really quickly. It's a somatic practice over 7,000 years old. You can do this seated or standing, and it's a Qigong exercise. I'll demonstrate. You can do this as you're listening, as you're watching, as you are being the rest of the time together. It can be done just really quickly. I'll demonstrate. Basically, it involves standing, and then you basically bounce up and down, like you keep your back straight, your body loose, your hands loose, and you bounce up and down as you breathe. This helps shake and move. As human beings, we hold things in our body, and we need to move physically. So if you're sitting, if you want to stand and take a break to do that, you're welcome to do it. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Ivy, thank you so much for bringing attention to racism and in these spaces against the Asian American community and casting a light on the grief held there. We unfortunately don't have any time for Q&A. We'll be moving on to the next speaker. But thank you so much, Ivy. Really appreciate you. So for our next speaker, while we've had many talks today using words to express grief, as we examine the myriad aspects of grief, we often find that we don't have the words to express our feelings. To help us explore those times, I have the pleasure of introducing my dear friend, Gail Karen Young-White, as our next speaker. Gail is a culture builder and a catalyst for human and organizational development, though that barely begins to capture Gail. I've known Gail for over a decade now, and I remember when we first met how she was deeply contemplative of the two sides of the coin of grief and praise. I was an engineer at the time and had little exposure to people who expressed these kinds of thoughts or to people who have poetry as readily accessible as Gail. So these insights were fascinating to me. For me, Gail personifies the holding of both simplicity and complexity. She can be constantly misplacing her keys while on the same time masterfully facilitating large groups of executives. And I love that she embraces silliness and absurdity with enthusiasm while at the same time embodying deep, soulful wisdom. To say that Gail has a way with words is a grand understatement. Gail has always been able to express thoughts and feelings with a grace that I'm always astounded by. Today, she will be bringing words and language to something that is so often hard to speak to and reflect on how poetry can be of service in the effort to name something that feels ineffable and intangible and often overwhelming. I'm honored to introduce Gail to speak to the poetics of grief.
I'm just having a good laugh because it is appallingly true how frequently I misplace my keys. Thank you, Xing, and also to Ivy for being part of the lineage today. I'm Chinese American, born in the Philippines, immigrant, undocumented until I was almost 30 years old. So thank you, Ivy, for sharing your pain and also naming mine. And this speaks to why it's so important to name publicly, to make it accessible, to share it, to widen the touch points between us and other human beings through presence and language. The oldest poem that we have access to is a lamentation, a poem of grieving inscribed in cuneiform into a clay tablet that dates back over 4,000 years to ancient Sumer. It's over 400 lines long and in the voice of a goddess who weeps for her city, the goddess Nengal. And I find it fascinating, a lot of these ancient lamentations occurred in the feminine voice. They exist in all cultures, in the Hindic Vedas, in ancient Chinese texts, in Shakespeare, in opera, in the Iliad and the Odyssey. And these laments are said to be the sound of trauma. Trauma itself given voice and also memory. One of the lines that stood out from this ancient lamentation is the goddess saying, my step established for joy was scorched like an oven. These lamentations are often deeply placed in land. I think that's fascinating because one thing I learned in holding my own grief is the capacity of the earth and all that she has seen to hold all our grief. My step established for joy was scorched like an oven. These words from 4,000 years ago are not so different from the more contemporary words by Lois Red Elk of Montana, who writes, "And our blood remembers the day the earth wept, a quiet wind covered the lands, weeping softly like an elderly woman, shawl over bowed head." So I began to understand the role of poetry and language through the doorway of my own grief. I was driving cross country in the midst of a divorce, in the midst of incredible heartbreak, and a friend left on my answering machine these words by Rainer Maria Rilke. He said, "It is possible that I am pushing through solid rock like a vein of ore encased. And I'm so far in, I see no end and no distance. Everything is close to my face, and everything close to my face is stone. I am not yet wise in my grief, so this great darkness makes me small. But if it's you, make yourself fierce and break in, and then your great transforming will happen to me, and to you, the fullness of my cry. I am not yet wise in my grief, so this great darkness makes me small." Something in those lines helped me turn toward grief, not away from, to fear it a little less, and to feel kinship with this dead poet who found the words that I didn't even know to say that gave my grief contours. This poem helped invite me into my own group. I'm like, who is this guy? How do I find him? How do I find other words like him? I invite those of you on the line to use the chat function to name other poets, lines, words that have helped you in times of grief. I often get asked what poetry I turn to. This poem helped me be present to my grief, and it unlocked something. As Rose John Halifax said earlier, words cannot be a substitute for presence, but I think poetry can invite us into presence. It gives us shape of grieving so we can enter it, and it can help us bear witness. Those ancient and modern lamentations help us bear witness. I think of "I Can't Breathe," George Floyd's last words that have been etched in many lamentations of him and of the wider injustice we are called to bear witness to. Elie Wiesel, in his Nobel lecture on memory, referring on the biblical figure of Job, said, "He demonstrated a faith essential to rebellion, and that hope is possible beyond despair. The source of his hope must be memory, as it must be ours. Because I remember, I despair. Because I remember, I have the duty to reject despair. I remember the killers, I remember the victims, even as I struggle to invent 1,001 reasons to hope." Poetry and grief are entwined because the poetic voice, the lament is the sound of trauma, is the voice of expression of grief, invocation of memory, individual and collective, and it guides us into and through grief all at once. The invitation to fullness in grief makes sense to me. I'm going to adapt these words from Franz Kafka. You can hold back from the suffering of the world. You can hold back from the grief of the world, and you have permission to do so. And it is in accordance with your nature. But perhaps this very holding back is the one suffering you could have avoided. It takes energy to hold back. It takes energy to dam it up. And sometimes what we dam up can feel so overwhelming that we don't want to enter it. But then we miss that what we mourn and how we mourn may also be worth the fullest expression of what we can bring to it. You know, I think poetry aids us in creating a context for grieving so that we can do it wisely. Xing talked about, I've been long obsessed with Michael Meade and his words on grief and praise. And he said, grief is praise for what we've lost, and praise is grief for what we have. And that's a Zen koan for you. But this notion that we praise and we grieve because we love, that we take the time to honor what we grieve, ourselves, our loved ones, our own fullness, the scale of institutional and societal harm, the lamentations that stretch all the way back into our earliest history and across every culture. You miss and you grieve because you love. We love, and thus we get to grieve. There's this line from Galway Canal when he's writing in this poem called "Little Sheep's Head Sprouting Hair in the Moonlight." When I come back, we will go out together. We will walk together among the 10,000 things, each scratched in time with such knowledge that the wages of dying is love. The wages of dying is love. These lines are things that the mind can't grasp, but the embodied heart knows. And I think poetry also teaches about the journey to holding loss as part of the cycles of life, to grieve more wisely, as Roshi Joan Halifax said in the beginning of our conversation. I love Mary Oliver because she teaches so much. And she writes in this poem, In Blackwater Woods, every year, everything I have ever learned in my lifetime leads back to this. The fires and the black river of loss whose other side is salvation, whose meaning none of us will ever know. To live in this world, you must be able to do three things: to love what is mortal, to hold it against your bones, knowing that your own life depends on it. And when the time comes to let it go, let it go. The irony is that loss and death and finiteness is what teaches us about life and infinite. And it also, I think poetry teaches us about grief as the doorway into compassion, into the way that this experience that can be so isolating and can feel so alone in grieving can actually touch the universal. Naomi Shihab Nye writes in her poem on kindness that before you know what kindness really is, you must lose things. Feel the future dissolve in a moment like salt in a weakened broth. What you held in your hand, what you counted and carefully saved. All this must go so you know how desolate the landscape can be between the regions of kindness. Before you know kindness is the deepest thing inside, you must know sorrow as the other deepest thing. You must wake up with sorrow. You must speak to it till your voice catches a thread of all sorrows and you see the size of the cloth. I think about that in my work with activists. Speaking to it till your voice catches the thread of all sorrows and you see the size of the cloth. I think of the Mother Mary captured in her great grief, those forms of her in Pieta holding her son, and how her grieving form speaks to all mothers. And her own kinship to my deity, Kuan Yin, and her compassion with her 1,000 eyes and arms to take in and observe all the sounds and suffering in the world. Roshi Joan Halifax talked this morning about the gifts of grieving. I had a beloved friend and mentor who passed away, and I was sitting, those moments when you hear of loss and you know exactly where you were sitting. And he had a tagline on his email that says, "Nothing left ungiven." He wanted to have given so much in his life that there was nothing left to miss because there was nothing left ungiven. And something in the way of his passing acted like a great spotlight, or the way that a great illumination happens and throws the rest of the world into stark relief. Just like if you've ever experienced the light during a solar eclipse, it's super weird. Everything's the same and yet it's different. The cars are there, the trees are there, but the light is different. And I think great grief illuminates with a certain kind of clarity if you can lean into it. It helps in grieving and poetry that I'm married to a poet. My husband is the poet David White, and I evoke some of his words from the poem, The Well of Grief. Those who will not slip beneath the still surface on the well of grief, turning down through its black water to the place we cannot breathe, will never know the source from which we drink, the secret water cold and clear, nor find in the darkness glimmering the small round coins thrown by those who wished for something else. I've experienced my depression my whole life. It's one of my doorways into psychology. And I think depression is sometimes a sane response to the craziness of this universe. And how much I spent trying to paddle to stay at the surface, the kind of dog paddling and the desperation to not sink. And how much I would have missed if I'd never learned to make the turning, to sink below and to find out what's there. What's the source that's there? What's the commonality? And what are the bigger things that hold that and hold us in that? So poetry has been a core part of my own resilience practice. It has been a teacher, a shaper, an invitation. And it's taught me to trust the part of me that knows deeply, because myself And my ancestors of every generation have had to hold grief. And we have allies that we don't even know we have in the earth and the sky and in language and in our bodies. You know, one of the funny things about being in grief is that it requires a kind of, I don't really have words for this. I think poetry is great at attempting the ineffable. But I related best to those people who related to me, both in my wholeness and in my brokenness. You know, if you related to me as I was completely okay, that missed a core thing, a core piece of what I was carrying. But if you related to me as though I was only broken, that also missed something. And so there's a duality that we are sometimes asked to hold, which can be difficult in grief, to have a relationship with it, to be of it and to be witness to it at the same time. And so I want to end my words with these words again by Rainer Maria Rilke, this call to have a relationship to grief in a different way, a connective tissue to grief. He writes, "Be ahead of all parting as if it had already happened, like winter which even now is passing. For beneath the winter is a winter so endless that to survive it at all is a triumph of the heart. Be forever dead in Eurydice and climb back singing, climb praying as you return to connection. Here among the disappearing in the realm of the transient, be a ringing glass that shatters it as it rings." There's an invocation in that poem to have a relationship with the death and the dying, but also a relationship to life itself. Be, and at the same time, know what it is to not be. The non-being inside you allows you to vibrate in full resonance with your world. Use it for once. To all that has run its course, and to the vast unsayable numbers and beings abounding in nature, add yourself gladly and cancel the cost. Thank you for letting me share some of the words that have guided me. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the inspiration, the global voices, the resilience practices, the perspectives, the rituals, the different relationships to grief that are more and more available to us. And I'm so grateful to add my voice to the conversation. It's a voice that's added very gladly. Thank you, Xing. Thank you to the speakers before me and after me.
Gail, thank you so much for giving us words for the ineffable and inexpressible. And thank you to the audience as well for sharing the poems and words that move you. We will be gathering the sharings for a post-summit mailing, so don't worry if you missed them in the chat as they went by. I now have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. We move from examining the words that nurture us and give us solace during times of grief to focus on finding strength and support in nature and in the communities that we build. Our next speaker is Marcelo Valenci, dialing in from Costa Rica, and he is an entrepreneur dedicated to self-sustaining regenerative projects and resilient communities. Marcelo will be sharing a very personal journey of grief and will touch upon how to build resilient and regenerative communities that can support us in our times of grief. It is my pleasure to introduce you to the wonderful Marcelo Valenci.
Thank you so much, Xing. There we go. Now I can start my video. I thank you for the introduction, and I wanted to start by saying we all go through difficult experience and moments in life. The death of a close person, a separation, illness, crisis. I lived that in firsthand. 6 months ago, Sol, that means sun in Spanish, my wife died of a very long battle with cancer. She was an incredible being of light and a great teacher that left a giant mark with anyone that knew her. I had the honor and privilege of being by her side since until her last breath for almost 17 years. Together we traveled around the world. We started a family, we raised our children, and I had her support in all projects. In times where lives become uncertain or difficult, all that really matters becomes clear. And what became clear to me is the importance to have a regenerative and resilient community that can help us go through life critical moments. When I speak about regenerative, I speak of going far beyond sustainability. I mean a design process to restore, renew, or revive systems and resources producing much more than we consume. And resilient, I mean the capacity of communities to resist, adapt, and recover from adversity. But how are regenerative and resilient communities built? 10 years ago, I founded and developed Lycovia, a community in Costa Rica, that's where I live, in which we are around 180 people from 27 different countries, that we live in total contact and harmony with nature. I grew up in Buenos Aires, Argentina, a big city. As for many, large part of my life, nature was just that place where I would spend a few moments to go for a walk or on vacation, but where I had most of the happiest memories. At age 20, I went backpacking for several years around the world. And that trip was my first opportunity to connect with nature, but for real. As I was traveling, I could see the disconnection that we have with the environment. Many of us are not aware where our food comes from, the water, energy that we consume, or where our waste goes. And that nature is much more than the supplier of raw materials. It is our home and the home of all other species. We might not realize it, but the disconnection with nature alters our mood. It increases our levels of stress and leads us to distance ourselves from our essence. And as a species is generating an environmental collapse that is putting our survival and future generations at risk. And I also believe that we are losing aspects of community life and contact with others, now with COVID even more. But for hundreds of years, we live in communities where the upbringing of children, the emotional support and growth wasn't only dependent on your partner or a small family, but on an entire community and village. But today, this is missing. Throughout my travels, I met ancient communities and new ones that live in contact and harmony with the environment. And I was able to learn what works, what didn't work, and why not. And at the same time, I love the convenience and comforts and benefits of modern life and technology. So I try to mix all these ingredients together, and that's how Lycovia was born. After a long search, the land appears, and Lycovia is located in a rural area in Costa Rica, which is called San Mateo. It is about 30 minutes from the city, the airport, and the beach, and next to an incredible crystal clear river. In less than a year, the concept of Lycovia attracted a group of people of very diverse ages, nationalities, social and economic contexts who came to live in this community. Many times the concept of development appears associated with the destruction of the environment. It does not have to be like that. Development can and should, I think, be regenerative. The first thing we had to do is to regenerate the land, restoring soil that had been pasture, cow pasture for many years, and transforming it into, in one hand, a forest with native species, and that today is a reserve. And on the other, we planted many fruit trees that right now generates an abundant edible food forest. Today, we have orchards where every week, all the residents will receive a basket with all the fruits, vegetables, herbs, and herbs that are in production. Producing food doesn't just reduce the transportation footprint. In addition, we use the waste as composting and we transform it into soil that goes into, we reuse in the same gardens. We also produce our own electricity with solar panels and supplies ourselves with irrigation and drinking water. This gives us a huge feeling of freedom because we are generating our own resources. It is as if we are printing our own money. All the water from the toilets, showers, sinks of the house, means the sewers, go into a giant biodigester where it's not only treating all the water, which comes out completely clean, but the materials decompose and produce methane gas, which has many uses. We use it for cooking. We reduce the amount of garbage by reusing, recycling, and most important, reducing the consumption of unnecessary things. Every purchase we make has an environmental and social impact and consequences, which is why it is so important to be conscious when we choose what we need and where we obtain it from. Each of the families, we built our own houses with different materials. For example, the structure of my house was made with recycled cars. That is the structure of the house, and the walls are made out of recycled paper. What we look in the buildings is the energy efficiency. We achieve this by using different techniques, such as cross ventilation, natural light, and that the materials are low maintenance and high durability. When I tell people that I live in an eco-village, many imagine that I live like Tarzan. But life in nature does not have to be dissociated for the advances of modern life and technology. An important aspect for us was able to work remotely. So we didn't have to travel. So we have to travel as little as possible, and we can have access. We were the first project in Costa Rica with fiber optic to the home. So that gave us the opportunity to have a highway of fast internet to upload and download information. All the streets inside La Ecovía were made with 100% recycled panels, which allows the water to soak into the ground. A super important component of Ecovía is how we educate our children. I confess, I was such a bad student and I suffered for many years having to go to school and having gone through several by force. I never believed that I would be involved in creating one. But before having children, I told Sol that if I ever had children, I would not send them to school. She told me that to better think of creating an alternative because she was not going to do homeschooling. Through some neighbors, I met Grupo Orión, a group of Ecuadorian educators who had almost 48 years of experience in educational innovation. And together we created Casa Azula, which in Bribri, that is a native Costa Rican language, means the spirit guardian of the seed. At Casa Azula, we believe that we all come into the world with the potential to develop, grow, and bear our best fruit. We seek to preserve the creativity, their desires to learn, and help them discover who they are, what they want, what they like, and what they are feeling. For these children, learn to catch their attention at every moment. They are little scientists going through experimentation, play, discovery, and self-discovery. We work with projects without exams, without grades, without classrooms, and without teachers. We have guides that are adults who observe the process and intervene only when necessary. Seeing the happiness that these kids go to school or the sadness they have when the holidays arrive, or hear them talking about their school fills me with joy. And I dream that one day all the children around the world can have an education like this. Many times they ask me, what was the most difficult when you put together La Ecovía? And of course, restoring the land and regenerative practice and the production systems require a lot of time and effort and learning. But the most difficult of all was not that. The difficult thing is the invisible structures of the community, building trust, learning to make decisions together, working on our egos, opening up to new ideas, and creating strategies to prevent conflict. And if conflict appears, how to resolve it. For that, we organize many common activities, retreats, workshops, meals, parties. We have women's circles, men's circles, and many things that we create to seek to create those invisible ties. And that's what makes a project successful. And we come from being strangers to make great friends or a tight family. That's what makes a community resilient and regenerative. When Sol died, the community members organized an incredible ceremony honoring her life. And for several weeks, every time we open our front door, we would find a buffet in front of our door. And I had the support and the love, not only with me, with my kids, and any need throughout the whole process of her cancer. I feel very lucky to be able to live in La Ecovia, where we support each other all the time. But this is my story and what I was able to do. To create this, you don't have to move to Costa Rica or go to the middle of the jungle. Many of us already have communities in our work, in our neighborhoods, in our buildings, groups of friends. And what we have to look for is how to create these bonds of trust, security, connection between ourselves and with the environment. A few weeks ago, I was walking through a national park and I came across a sign that says, "This land belongs to humanity. Some already died, others still alive, but most have not been born yet." We are at a critical moment in history where we can go and live in harmony with community and nature again. My dream is to see this type of communities expand around the world in order to achieve that harmony, and communities that help connect to each other. So I invite you to create your own one or join one. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to share my experience.
So thank you so much for sharing your story and for the guidance on bringing community and nature into our lives. We have time for one question. We have a participant wondering how living in Ecovia has shifted your experience of grief.
You know, it's by living in Ecovia, it gives you more time. First of all, like I had the possibility to spend a lot of time with my wife and my kids throughout the whole process. And we were lucky that this lasted for many years. And we were able to talk about every single subject, and we haven't left any stone untouched. We talk about every single thing, and we did our grief together. Like really letting go, honoring each other, thanking each other, and letting go of each other with a lot of love, and surrounded by a very supportive community that will have our backs, the backs of the kids, and all the time, every week, all the men, we meet every Thursday and we sit around the fire. For 2 hours, we have the time to share how, like from a very vulnerable and confidential place, how we are really doing. And whatever it says there, it stays there. So we have the opportunity, you know, there are not many spaces for men to open up and be able to express what is truly going on inside, and be able to cry, scream, laugh, and have a group of friends to support you. And the same thing with women. I cannot speak so much about the woman because I was never invited there, but there are many things in the community to create that support and that back.
Thank you so much. That's so beautiful to have these men's circles where you have that that space to share and be vulnerable in for like a gender role that doesn't always have that recognized. I think one final question we have is from Alice. Did the kibbutz model in Israel, historic kibbutz model in Israel, inform some of your philosophy and practice?
I visit many communities around the world, and part of my travels were in Israel. And the communities, the kibbutz, what I found out is pretty much that the only ones that were successful are the ones that had a successful business and they have tons of money to be able to support themselves. So each individual, it's mostly like responsible for their own economies in my community. We all have our work, so it's more similar to a moshav than a kibbutz. But I mean, they are very, very good examples of community in kibbutz as well.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marcelo, for sharing your story. We're going to be moving into the final act of the day. So this is ending the speaking portion of the day, and we'll be moving now to the closing performance for the Grief Summit. I turn the stage back to Ariana, who will introduce our final act. It makes a very exciting life.
Thank you so much, Xing. It is such an honor for me to introduce the Al-Limite Collective. Al-Limite has worked with Fire That Fuels, from working with refugees in Greece to immigrant workers in the US, using theater as a tool for regeneration and building movements. And Al-Limite Collective is a placeless, borderless collective of multidisciplinary, multiracial, international artists who are defending the anti-fascist decolonization of the body and building community resiliency through art and performance. I am so excited to introduce you to this incredible collective.
Hi, my name is Soraya, and I will start us off with a very short meditation to start this performance, and I ask you all to join us. It's going to be only 3 minutes, so not long. So I ask you to close your eyes. Actually, get yourself comfortable, sit on a chair, make sure that your legs are on the ground and that you feel the earth supporting you. So I'm going to give you a little second to get comfortable. Allow your sit bones to fall into your chair and be supported. Take a deep breath and slowly close your eyes. Take another deep breath. Allow yourself to settle down. Take in everything that we heard today, which is lovely and supportive, and that is beautiful that we're all together today. I ask you to focus slowly onto your feet, imagining that your feet are radiating like a sun. Any color that you wish, any color that is fun for you. And allow yourself to radiate that color out of your feet into the ground. And let it pulsate. So it's going out and in, and then out and in, and then out, and then in, and then out and in, and then out and fully, fully, fully out, radiate. And allow that shining color to slowly go up your legs, up your branches, as I call them, your legs that support you, that are there for you, that hold you strong, that allow you to move or allow you to sit. And allow that color to go up. And then slowly come to your core, which is just on your sit bones, right under your coccyx. And imagine just there that there is roots coming out of the bottom of your coccyx going way down into the ground, kind of like a seuta. And imagine all these branches and these roots just going down and down and down and down. And allow that color always also to go down into the earth. Take a deep breath. Allow your core to settle with the earth. And know that it's there to support you, however you're feeling and wherever you are. It is okay. And then allow that color to go back up into the belly. And then up into your chest, into your heart, into your throat, into your face, into your spine, and going all the way up to your crown. Allow that color to just come out, spurting out into your crown, up into the sky, as far as you want or as close as you want. And then allow that color to come out and going back into your feet. Now we're going to do a circle. So imagine now water going up the feet, up the legs, up the core, going up your spine, and then coming and flooding out of your crown into the ground again. And then allow that to flow. This will regenerate your energy and your aura. Just imagine that a few times. Like a river flowing out of you and going back into your feet again, going into your body again, and coming out of your crown again. And allow the water just to melt out of you. Take a deep breath. And slowly open your eyes and join us. Thank you.
Grief is like 1,000 animals crying into the night. Grief is like shedding layers of dead skin as thick as tree trunks, as porous as sea foam. For all those witnessing, I would love to invite you to join us in creating some sort of movement, however you're able, inspired by these words. Could even just be your eyes. Grief is like moving tiger balm across my skin all day and pushing water out. Grief is like millions of tiny fish swimming within my skin. Grief is like a candle finishing its light.
Would like to invite you to create an exquisite corpse with us, which is a collective poem, and use the chat and respond to the line with your own words. Grief is like. Te queremos invitar a crear una poema colectiva y responder en el chat con una línea que dice, el dolor es como, y seguir con tus palabras. We would also like to invite you to join us in creating your own movement, wherever you are, and taking those words and finding them in your body, and know that we are doing it together. Grief is like a weight on my heart. Grief is like everything that hurts, but nobody sees it.
Life. Grief is being hit by a hurricane. Grief is a vast abyss of finality. Grief is a rain cloud.
You're muted.
I know. I don't.
Grief is like a piece of me missing. Grief is the gift of being human.
The breath, the grief of a long night before the sunrise.
Grief is like standing on the bottom of the ocean and seeing the sun, but not knowing how to get up.
Grief is a light to liberation. Grief is a waterfall cascading backwards. Grief is like trying to find a medium in a vacuum. Mourning is my humanity. I hold it in the palm of my hand and wrap my body in the love that is my mourning. Grief is like the last drop of water in the ocean. It tastes salty, dripping with tears of humanity, and yet stronger and more expansive in its absorbency. Mourning is like soaring for a moment. Wherever you are in your movement or your thoughts, come to a place of rest and stillness. In this stillness, may you find the names of your ancestors.
Hey, Monica's computer is muted locally, so she's not muted in Zoom. Her microphone is muted.
I'd like to invite you to write the name of somebody that you have lost and write it out with your body.
So we ask you to write the names you lost, or the things you lost, or you are grieving anything, and we ask you to write it with your finger or your body, slowly. So you can offer it to the universe. For example, today I lost my great aunt. I'm writing her name, Victoria, into the sky. And then slowly, just like Leah, I'm allowing that name to become bigger. Celebrating her.
Find a place in your body where this name lives. Where do you hold it? In the throat, in the small crevice, in your heart, and draw from it, from that point, using your whole body as motion.
El dolor es caminar por senderos oscuros, difíciles, incómodos. Sentir que hay alguien en esos momentos es muy importante.
This water in the body we've been stirring with these names holds our grief too. Grief moves through us like water, passing in, out, and through. In the fluidity of grief lies its beauty. When it washes over us, when it spills over, and when we pour it out. And when your grief droplets intermingle with mine, we understand each other. And we no longer hold it alone. Imagine gathering the liquid grief in the corners of your body. Like a sponge, bring it into your center. From your fingers through your arms and shoulders, from your toes up through your legs, into your heart space. And embrace yourself. Hold this precious liquid closely and firmly until you feel that shake, that life coursing through you. Breathing with the liquid. And when you release your arms slowly, pour this liquid out in a steady stream. Move in any way your body needs to pour. Now, imagine your grief meeting mine. And fusing. Imagine your grief meeting with everyone else's grief And we are all floating in a sea of our collective grief. It is not ours alone anymore. And we are all buoyed by it.
Breath is like. Breath is like. Breath is like a group of powerful people gathering. Breath is like a group of powerful people gathering. Breath is like a group of powerful people gathering. Imagine all of the participants in this summit standing together in a circle.
Thank you so much for that beautiful, beautiful performance. Thank you for bringing us all, Al Límite, into this collective circle of grief. From Costa Rica to Uganda, to the Asian American communities in each one of you, nearly 4,000 of us are connected by this summit. In the doorway of our grief as the entrance to our deepest resilience. In the quote Martha shared, they tried to bury us, they didn't know we were seeds. We remember that a seed must break open to grow, that our collective grief breaks us open to the healing and growth that is not only possible, but necessary for ourselves, our ancestors, and for the future society we want to build. In this summit, we've been called to heal and be resilient with each other in so many ways, from marching in the streets for healthcare and domestic workers, demanding justice for the violence against Asian American communities, to recognizing that poetry tells us that hope is possible beyond despair, through nature and circles, remembering through performance how grief can make us more alive in our bodies, and through deep listening to each other, we become the medicine that we all need. As you move through your collective grief today, what are the words, the rituals, the practices, the beliefs sitting on your heart? What will you carry outside of this space into your life and the lives of those that you love? For more events like this, please visit the Resilience Collective, see our resources and the events that we're going to hold, and also please respond to the survey that you will be getting and tell us more about what you want to see. Thank each of you for being here. Each one of you made this moment possible. Thank you for our incredible healing panelists and for the volunteers that made this happen. Devin Kittrell and Stephen Heist are amazing tech magicians. Stephanie Casper, who created the look. Caitlin Chase with her expertise in our design and vision. Our Q&A moderators, Julian Rawcliffe, Megan Osterrose, and Caitlin Chase. Our chat moderator, Donna Gaffney. Our stage manager, Debbie Van Hoon, our event organizer, Shin Kong, Sierra Campbell, thank you for conceiving of this summit in the first place, Jack Saul for bringing us into the Resilience Collective, and to the support of our partners, the International Trauma Studies Program, Nurture.co, and Rhiza Collective. As Gail said, we love, and so we get to grieve. We loved being with all of you in grief and resilience today and going forward. Thank you so much.